Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to the Shire, I suppose, because we got ourselves some Shirelings here. Look at this. Actually, I think I got 10 of these guys prepped. These are from Printing Goes Ever On. We got another one over here. Yep, garden. Looks like, those are more like shrooms right there. Hey there, Armored Wolf, sorry for the delay. At least I think tomorrow is going to be set, because I'm going to just keep painting the rest of these, since, again, I got 10 of them all prepped up. There's another one over here. They're all over the place. I think there's still some more downstairs. So, yeah. Look at that little chicken right there. Hey there, Ryan. Hey there, Landrast. So we got the mayor here. And we've got, well, this lady, she's not too happy about whatever this is on the floor. Not super happy about that right there. And who knows, maybe we got ourselves a little farmer maggot over here. So great to see you there, Ryan. Great to see you there, Landrast. Let me compare the size of this. Actually, that's not as big of a difference. Wow, I was not expecting this. These are the Empire, I think it's Empire miniatures or something like that, or Empire games. I thought these were going to be much smaller than those. They're actually not. Yeah, that's good. I was worried that these were going to be on the smaller side, but they're actually not. Um, oh, and this has the umbrella too. That's the other thing. That's got the umbrella. That was another important thing right there. I guess let's do we do kind of a polka dot thing here or something like that? Or do we do some stray? I think we might try to do some polka dots on that. We got an apron over here. Yeah, maybe we'll try and do something like that. Hey there, Bevlis. Let's see. So, yeah, Revlis, well, we didn't have that happen, right, Ryan? We didn't have the compressor flying off the table at all. And, of course, like usual, Ryan, if you want to wait for some more eyeballs to be in the chat there, please go ahead. Let's see. So, yeah, Ryan, oh, geez, I think, oh, gosh, I didn't send you the stuffs today, but Ryan, well, we almost had a mega, mega, mega upset here. That was about as close as you can get. 8 overtimes or something like that. I'm just gonna put a little light something here on the floor. Also, too, I think we're gonna go with maybe more like some browns on the sheriff here, or the mayor here. So yeah, I do. Well, actually, the compressor, I think. Well, this one, Ryan, came actually with uh, well, I guess technically an airbrush stand, because you can actually hook put your airbrushes into. I think that's 2 slots on this thing. Uh, you know what? We're just gonna go with that over here. Yeah, we'll do something like that. And here, let's get this. Some dirt over here. Because reasons. We got veggie tables over here. So yeah, Ryan, if you wanted to share your link or something like that in the chat, please go ahead. Hey there, Dark Horse. Nice to see you. So Dark Horse, boy, we almost had the upset to end all upsets there. I really, 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 really thought that one was going to happen. And of course, well, here is. So, whoops, wait a minute. There it is. There's Arda. And well, there's the Shire up there. So that's pretty much, I believe that's the Brandywine River right there. So yep, there's the Shire. We have our map. We have our map of Middle Earth now. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Let's see. 1 second. There you go. So yeah, Dark Horse. I was hoping because if that had happened, then that SEC championship game, then that's yet another elimination game instead of more of a coronation. So that's what I was hoping that would happen. Mostly just because it would make that SEC champ game be a basically a winner take all kind of a thing. Okay, I think let's get some of our greens going. Do I need to get more of this radiant green iron? Let me see if. Yeah, I think we're still going to need some of our radiant green out there. So we'll get some greenery on our veggie tables here. All right. Nice little rake. Again, these are from the Printing Goes Ever On. And I was able, this is another reason it took longer because I was trying to make these graphics here. So, because it's a little bit hard to have all the Hobbit holes sitting around here and try and grab those. Now, of course, we don't have the grass on top of them either. So we'll have to do that and get some new images. I just wanted to at least have those temporarily. Might go with, yeah, here, let's just use that on his shirt over here. So I've got, I think, 10 of these that are all prepped. Oh, the bases are from Printing Goes On Ever On also, just by the way there. All of a sudden I realized, yeah, the bases are also printed too. That's what helped me get these things ready to go and much faster. Hey there, Russian Blue. Nice to see you again. It's been a little while. Everybody, please give Russian Blue art a follow. And of course, everybody check out that link that Ryan just shared. Instagram link, fabulous oil painted miniatures. Now, essentially, so Ryan, this stuff right here, I guess this is supposed to be a de facto alkyd, but not. It's more like it's supposed to make them fast matte, I guess faster matte, not maybe fast matte, but a little faster, and also not quite so glossy. But I think this is still, yeah. So the orange just still hasn't dried on this yet. And how many days has it been now? Actually, I think it's been well over a week. Now, all this other stuff here, that's long since dry. Even the green over here, long since dry, and that's phthalo green there too. But yeah, it's a little bit troublesome that has taken that long to dry. So actually, Ryan, I was gonna try and do a video using this with the all the different the Hansa yellows and that Puro orange. Hey there, Leaky Spigot. Nice to see you again. So Leaky Spigot, we really thought we had ourselves some big time upset today. That was super duper duper close right there. That was very close to a major upset. Didn't quite get there. I think you could probably call that one of the top games in college football history there, needless to say. So Russian Blue, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that as well. Actually, Landrast, let's see. Have you printed out any more pieces of that slurry factory storage thing? Because that was looking really good, Landrast. That was looking pretty fantastic. And you got to be pretty pleased at how that turned out. So yeah, Russian Blue, we did 6 of those Hobbit holes. That's just a couple of them. That is just 2. We actually have more Hobbit holes. Who knows? Maybe we actually paint a couple of those tomorrow or something like that. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, Landras, that really came out pretty spectacular. So I think if you want to make yourself a really, really, really quick... Oh, and remember, too, Printing Goes Ever On has a Calflink customizer. So he's got tons of different heads, weapons, gear, and all that kind of stuff. So actually, I think you could almost say that the Printing Goes Ever On Hobbit's probably the most flexible. I mean, if you want to make an entire Hobbit army with all kinds of different stuff, I think Printing Goes there. If you're looking for one entity, that's probably the way to go. Oh yeah, sure. There, Russian blue. Sorry about that. I didn't see that right away. But yeah, Russian blue. If you wanted to share that, because Russian blue, I think you saw this, and I believe Thursdays will be ornament painting. Maybe as we get closer to Christmas, maybe there might be a few other additional ornament painting streams. Because, well, we will need them. That's for sure. So everybody please check out the Insta link that Russian Blue just posted. Please give Russian Blue a follow. So Russian Blue, I don't know if you've had a chance to do a bunch of or any streams lately there. So she's got this crazy hat here. I can't quite tell if that's supposed to be a straw. Maybe it's a straw hat. I think those are flowers. I think there's actually flowers on the top of that hat there. I can't be sure. We're just going to try and figure out what we're doing here. Probably do some a little bit of glazy things on this. Also, don't want to snap them off of here because, well, skinny little ankles and such. Try and get a little bit more lightness on the mayor here. He's got himself a little shillelagh right here. Yep, little shillelagh for the mayor. And yes, this palette now is getting really old because I think I even used this palette for those couple of cruisers. So I think this is actually round 3 for this palette here. There just was not time to change it out for something else. Here's our farmer. So again, this might just be Farmer Maggot over here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Pope Cody. Appreciate that. How appropriate. It's like, so that fool of a Took trying to get in your crops again, huh? Just him? It's all of them. Actually, I did find that my neighbor next door, he says that there's a significant portion of his pipeweed crop that's missing. It's like, wow, that's unfortunate. He's like, yeah, you know what? And it kind of happened the last time that you were here, right around that same time. It's like, well, I think that might have been my brother Shandoff. Given the smell that he was, I think it was him. All right, what's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 right here? What is going to happen? Uh-oh. What happens when pipeweed gets talked about? Boom, a big old single right there. Yes, indeed. So thank you so much, Pope Cody. Appreciate the follow. Telling you, Gandalf should never, ever, 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 ever mention pipeweed. That's what happens every time. Gets himself in trouble. Every single time. Never talk about the pipeweed. What happens in Shire Town stays in Shire Town. Now we're going to try and do a little bit of those kind of glazy things right here. Again, on some of the skin tones. Then we move on to some of the other elements. We'll do some glaze stuff on those too. So Ryan, I figured that I would try to start combining. Even if I just use the fast matte white, I don't know, Ryan. I think even the fast matte white by itself would still make a big difference with those. And of course, if I'm also going to combo it with the fast matte, was that the Naphthol Scarlet? That should make a difference too. Well, this guy's got quite the mutton chops right here. Quite the mutton chops for him. So yeah, there's all kinds of different Hobbit heads. I think there's probably 24 different heads between male and female. So I'll try to get into the customizer, trying to make some more. Well, actually, I do have some of the custom bodies printed out, I guess, and maybe a few of the heads. It's all of the weapons and gear that I'd have to try to print out. All right, do we have this on? We got his arms. Let's go to this one right here. So again, Cody, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. It's going to get us closer to that 9,100 mark, it looks like. So that is appreciated. Actually, Ryan, I forget where the heck they would be playing the Big 12 championship game. Would that be in Dallas? I seem to remember that the Big 12 championship gets played in Cowboy Stadium there. So there's this one interesting little Hobbit lady right here. Good to go on that. And one more. So we got 4 little Hobbitses. Who knows? Depending on how fast these get cranked through, maybe we're working on a few more Hobbits. Hey there, Green Fairy. Happy Thanksgiving. Geez, Green Fairy, I hope that you're doing well. Sorry that it's been a while. I know that these things keep starting later and later and later, so my apologies. I know that makes it difficult. I don't know, did you get a chance to play some more stuff? Or are you going to get a chance to play some more stuff this week? I keep thinking that today was Saturday. It kind of feels like it, given what a big college football day it was. So it will be played there? Okay, I thought so. Well, Ryan, here's hoping. I know that Colorado won their game, but I think that doesn't matter. I think that was more about Heisman considerations than Big 12 considerations at this point. Hey there, Velfera, how you doing? Velfera was very bummed that we did not get the mega upset today. I really thought we were going to have a huge, big-time late-season upset and that it was going to make the SEC championship game a whole lot more interesting. Actually, that whole handle is wood. And we get a little bit more of that Van Dyke Brown onto this. All right, we'll see you later there, Ryan. See you later. Thanks for being here again. Sorry it was later. And I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to jinx anything. That's I'm not. You notice I have not mentioned anything. We'll just see how things play out. The Clash of Rifles. That's right, Green. I just sorry I couldn't remember what it was. I could not remember. So that's very cool. I'm glad that you've been having a blast with that. Yeah, Ryan. Sorry that this started so late. Well, one thing, Ryan. There's gonna be a ton more. And by a ton more, I mean a ton more. Oh my gosh. Because even if you take these, what, 4 right here, even if I get all 10 of these painted, there's still, we still need dozens more of them. Because they're hobbitses, right? Well, Velfira, I do hope that what would you say, temporary painting area works out. That's fantastic, Leaky Spigot. Actually, Leaky Spigot, if you have any images of your Pokemon there that you painted, yep, Velfira. Let's put it this way: Georgia Tech had a 17-0 lead at halftime. Should have been 20-0, but they missed a 30-yard field goal. Actually, no, I think it was about a 30 some odd yard field goal, of course, and that pretty much what cost them the game. They even had a 14-point lead with 5.5 minutes left. And Georgia's first lead was in overtime. That was actually their first lead was the first overtime. Then 7 more overtimes. And of course the I don't think either side got the 2-point conversion in the second. And then there was, I think, a pair of failed 2-point attempts. Then there was 2 made. And then it came down to Georgia Tech failing on theirs, and then Georgia made their last one. That's fantastic, Leaky Spigot. Again, you went up, if you got an Insta post or something like that on your on the thing you painted, that'd be fabulous. I don't suspect that tomorrow's start is going to be quite so late, since again I got some things that are prepped here now. So hopefully that means we are ready to rock and roll here. Where's my here it is. I'm gonna actually roll with this here. There we go. A Christmas Hobbit right there. Some red and some green. Thanks, Velfira. Yeah, just with the circumstances there, what I ended up doing was just bringing the dough. And then we both quickly took the cookie cutters, cut up some cookies, popped them in the oven real quick. And folks were able to have some of those. Velfira, I'll try to get some of that after the stream tonight. And that's the the 1 kilogram there, the 1 liter. Sorry, I keep thinking spools there, Velfira. Okay, so there is that. Now we got to do the same over here. Or do we do the checker? That's what I might try to do here. Yeah, I think we try to do that. Maybe that could be interesting. So maybe a little less thinner then. And let's roll this way here. And let me see if I can get the... there we are. Or does it go in an X fashion? You know what? I might just... Or would it work better like that? I think we might... We're going to make a change here. We're just going to make a little bit of a change. Because we can do that. Yeah, let me change this around a little bit here. And let's do it this way. Okay, I think that's how that's supposed to go. And if not, we'll change it back again. Because we can. Velfira, actually I have, I think there's actually two other ones that I got. Actually, one of them is this, right? Remember when I repainted this guy right here with the oil paints? Especially the face, it was super fun to do that. So I actually have two nativity sets that I could paint there that are already done. Leaky Spigot, I think it just might be. Well, we have so many Bagginses, right? We have Bilbo Bananigans there. We have Bilbo Stabbins. We have Little Legolas right there. Somewhere we have Half-Pint. Not sure where he's hiding. But he's small, so that's why he can hide. I do think that is the case, Leaky Spigot. Hey there, Denethor. How you doing? Happy Thanksgiving there, Denethor. So Denethor, where is that? Here it is. So there is Arda. We painted that last night. That was super fun. First of the ornaments. Very first one. And of course, well, Denethor, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now we got to get the stripes going in the other direction here. So let's start it up this way. And then we're going to probably actually lighten these up a little bit. And then we'll also have to lighten up the stuff in between. Actually, that's one of my favorite hummuses there, Velfira. That is one of my favorite ones. Yeah, the red pepper hummus there. When I'm over at the store, that's usually the one that I grab off the shelf. Didn't have a chance to get to the store today. So everybody please check out the link that Leaky Spigot just posted. Let me do this here. And then we'll have it crosshatch this way. And then we'll do that. Actually, you know what? That's just going to be, we're just going to do that more as it's a regular bodice here. So we'll just do this. Yeah, okay, we'll do it like that. Now let's get some of our white on here. So great to see you there, Denethor. Yeah, it was very fun painting painting up the ornament. And of course, now I've got the first set of those Lord of the Rings themed cats printed up. So I have that. Actually, two of them are the Argonauts. And those are pretty big. Those are pretty big. Then I have Cat Ladriel and Cat Dolph. So yeah, I've got a couple of cats there. We got those that well, that's going to take a little while before, well, maybe not as long now that it's colder here. Actually, that's the other fun thing, Velfira, is that now that it's cooler here, Remember the setup that I did intentionally to work with, the heat vents and everything right in that area? Well, now it works. Yeah, it's a nice little 72 degrees there by the printing area. Last I checked, I wasn't able to get that print started, but at least I was able to get the stuff off of the build plate. So, yep, there's Bilbo Bananigans right there. Actually, is this... I don't think this is his Hobbit hole. Yeah, this is his Hobbit hole right there. So, yeah, that's Bilbo Bananigans. That's his Hobbit hole. And is this the Yeah, it's the Lumberjack's Hobbit hole. You're gonna get this down here. There we go. And we're 31 minutes in, and we actually have some stuff on 4 different Hobbitses here. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 different Hobbitses. So Denethor, yeah, you want to share any of your sculpting stuff? Please go ahead. Oh, here we also need to get this label here, because well, tomorrow should still hopefully be an epic day again. We didn't quite get the upset. Well, actually, Velfir, it's not so much the build plate. It's the refilling the vats and everything else, and then making the build plate. So it's not. I did not have time. Well, if I did that, we'd be starting about a half an hour from now. That is the primary reason why we didn't have any prints going right now on the resin printers, because I would need to lay out a very complicated build plate. If I want to do the hobbits with all the extra weapons there, oh my goodness, that's going to take some time. Yeah, that's going to be pretty involved. It could take probably about an hour or so to create that build plate with all the little hobbit weapons and everything and all the extra heads, because those are not supported. So not only do you have to do all those, then you have to put the supports on every single one. Oh, I'm glad you got some mojo back there, Denethor. Glad you got some mojo back. I keep forgetting that you also didn't have yourself a holiday there, right? It was just Thursday. So everybody, please check out that Discord link there that Denethor just shared. So I was hoping to do that sort of a gingham type thing. I know it's looking like polka dots right here. Now I'm wondering, do I just stay with the polka dot look? Is that going to read better, especially over here, where things get a little bit crazy with all of the folds? So it might just be easier to do something like that. Now, I guess also too, MESPG wise, the profile for Hera was mentioned or leaked or whatever you want to call it. And apparently there's folks that are kind of up in arms, but apparently it's incredibly overpowered, which huge surprise there. So Velfir, we've got some of the white. Of course, it's mixing with what is here already. So yeah, it might just be easier to see what that is if we just stick with the polka dots then. Okay. Maybe we'll just roll that way. Then we also have to have ourselves, again, it looks like there's those are definitely flowers. So I'm going to take our Perline red here. and do something like that just to get some flowers up over there. Right, Grand Oracle? How you doing? Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. There you go. Valfair, that was just um, a little bit of the no, yeah, some of the Van Dyke Brown got in there, so it's not even that is not straight up white. Valfair, it's mostly white, that's for sure. So yeah, Landrast. Obviously, it. The other thing too is it does kind of reveal a little something about the movie itself. So that's why I'm surprised that they're able to. Well, pre-order is one thing. Oh, and that's right. Next Saturday, most likely, I think Armored Wolf. Right, that's when it's gonna go up for pre-order. Would be next Saturday, and well, one thing Landrest everybody is talking about is it's all way too expensive. Ah, I'm glad you got the tree in the house there, Grant Oracle. Let's see. So Leaky Spigot, you posted your yeah, you posted it was a Discord link, right? You can always kind of tell because they're super long. There we are. So yeah, we got the flowers up there, crazy flowers, and I think we'll have it go here too. Thanks, Fear. Appreciate that. Could that be a hype train? That's no problem there, Leaky Spigot. So thanks, Velfair. Appreciate that. I guess I go a 12% to a level 1 hype train. Grand Oracle. Um, I think the what's really the killer is, well, that starter set is way too expensive at what, 220 bucks, something like that. But the other thing is that all these other separate things you're going to need are all resin.
So say we all.
And well, you know what we already know what Forge World is, right? We know that, so that's part of the problem there too. Thank you so much, Grant Oracle. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. We do have the screwball going on in that little batch right there. Yes, indeed, it's been a while since we've had some of the screwball and our cranberry ginger ale together. Here, let me get some skin tones going here. Just get that underway here now. Hey, Lucetios, how you doing? Happy Friday / Saturday. No, it's now Saturday, so happy Saturday. It is a happy Saturday here. So Green Fairy, I don't know if you had a chance to watch the video with these. Now again, I did was able to talk with the guy on Thanksgiving, and this is meant to be sort of almost like mixing an alkyd medium, which would be important because again, this stuff, anything that is yellow and orange is still wet, and that video was done quite some time ago, and I didn't exactly pile on the paint either. So that is definitely a concern. And again, it's not like the Richardson Puro Orange dries quick. It takes a while for that to dry. So everybody again, please check out that link that Leaky Spigot just posted. Please give Leaky Spigot a follow as well. So yeah, Grand Oracle. The starter set is I think 220, and then you still have to get two more main rule books. No, three more potential main rule books on top of that. And then if you want again any of the Forge World stuff to, I guess what we just say, complete the movie stuff, the War of the Rohirrim movie stuff. Well, now you're gonna have to spend a ton more because all of that stuff is gonna be Forge World. So Valfera, that's what we've been talking about the past few streams. Was it Iris Artist Oils? 16 colors, I think, Valfera. That was supposed to, I think that's their target number for the, what would you say, the first release, I guess? Thanks, Valfera. Puts us at 46% of a level 1 hype train. Thanks, Valfera. Now, I think they're talking about 17 mil tubes, Valfera. Or it's either 21. Now I keep getting mixed up between that, say, and uh, and the Williamsburg, because I think these are 21s, right? Right, Grand Oracle? Aren't these 21s? Oh, well, look at that. Yeah. This right here, even as it is, we could sell this on the. Hey, we could sell this and get ourselves a starter set, right, Grand Oracle? Well, if we sold Yin Min Blue, we could get two starter sets. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. That's your lucky charms right there. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thanks, Valfira.
So say we all.
I think Grand Oracle has just pushed us into the hype train territory, and it's not like the Fansville hype train either. It's not like the Fansville hype train because it's a real one. It's all aboard this hype train. You know, I should prioritize making the. Yes, I'm going to prioritize. I have that little bit of dough. I'm going to try and make some of the train cookies. Yeah, we'll focus on. Oh, look at that. Look how close that. Look out, man. Look how close that train is. Look out. There it goes. Or is it a hype train or is it a hypno train? Yes, you wish to use. You wish to use the oil paints. Yes. Of course, I still can't believe how fair. Look at this. Remember the keychains? And we were disappointed at this. We're like, why is it all blue? Well, on stream, I went like this. I'm like, there's no blue. Then I went like this and I went, wait a second. That's how they actually look. There's a piece of film there to protect it. So yeah, that is not how they look. This is how they actually look. So that means we're good to go on those. Also, we have, let me see if we've got our, yeah, here it is. Whoops, that's two of the same. I want one of the, there it is. This one. So these worked out pretty well. And again, this is that graphic that Recoil made. So yeah, we got ourselves some stickers there. Thank you so much for being here, Lucetios. Appreciate that. Oh, let me check this. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, look at that. It's getting more and more clear. Yeah. As these things get more clear, that's all clear now. That is basically all clear there. And again, that's our fabulous water fountain. That was in that wasn't the latest video. It was the no, that was the latest video. Yeah. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thanks for making the hype train happen. Of course, that'll help with getting some more of that resin, won't it, Valfira? Yeah, still got to pick up another batch of that. You know what? I'm gonna turn this way. There we go. Just a little bit. I'm still super glad that these are basically the same. I think what it is these are just heroic scale, so they're not any taller. They just have bigger heads and bigger hands. So that's good. Hey there, Elite. How you doing? Boy, Elite, we almost had. Well, we did have one of the epic games of all times with Georgia Tech, Georgia going 8 overtimes in Athens. You had a team that was most likely a 3 touchdown favorite who was almost losing by 3 touchdowns, who was actually down by 2 touchdowns with only 5.5 minutes left. And it took 8 overtimes. Now, Elite, remember we talked about rivalries in college are just different? They referred to their rivalry as good old fashioned hate. That is their rivalry. You don't get that in the pros. Yeah, in the pros, one team, say that the Chiefs and the Raiders or something like that. Yeah, they never refer to good old-fashioned hate. So yeah, that's why we love college football because the rivalries are real. That's for sure. Yeah, Valfera, can't wait to get some pictures once all the water has gone totally clear. That's going to be super fun. Let's see if we can get some eyes on her there. Well, Valfera, there was a turnover. That was the key thing. It was one key turnover, and that let Georgia get that. Oh, also too, Georgia Tech, pretty much their entire secondary got injured during the game, and it showed Valfera. Yeah, it was all of the plays late in the game that allowed Georgia to catch up. Those were all done against guys that were second/third stringers. You can sort of get away with second and third stringers if you're Georgia. You're not going to get away with second and third stringers as Georgia Tech. Now, again, these are just the flowers here on the chapeau there. So thanks again. Appreciate that, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Again, appreciate all the hype train. Goodness. Now, I had that little bit of dough that I was just talking about. And I think it would be interesting to. I think I'll prioritize making one or two hype train cookies. Yeah, we'll just make hype train cookies because I got that new, well, the one I've never seen before. I didn't realize I had it. Oh, you know what? We'll just here. Let me grab my. Yes, we'll grab this brown right here. This should be good. We'll grab this. We'll break it down a little bit here. So actually, when Georgia scored, there was the tying touchdown. There was still 1 minute and 1 second left, and Georgia State had 2 timeouts. And they actually had a chance to get to maybe have about a 54-yard field goal or so to win the game in regulation. But I think that I don't know if there's a key penalty. I forget what it was there. So Elite, they are very different from pro sports. The first overtime, each team gets the ball at the opponent's 25-yard line. And obviously, you have to score a touchdown. You can go for two if you want, but most teams just kick the extra point. And obviously, if one team scores a touchdown, the other team must score a touchdown to keep the game going. Then the second overtime, ball is at the 25 again. But you have to try a 2-point conversion if you score. You don't have to, if you don't feel like you can make the touchdown, you can try and go for a field goal, which is the advantage usually of going second, because now you know what the other guys did, And do I need to get a field goal? Do I need to score a touchdown? Hey there, Cheese Whiz. How you doing? Nice to see you again, Cheese Whiz. Boy, it's been a little while. I know that the streams have been starting super late, so my apologies for that. And then after that second overtime, if it's still tied as it was here, each team is going for a 2-point conversion from the 3-yard line. They used to just keep going from the 25 and having to score touchdowns, but the whole reason for the change, ironically enough, was so that you didn't have a 9 overtime game, which is the longest game. So yeah, that was not supposed to be quite this extended of a. Look at this purple here. It's not dioxazine violet. I don't know what it is, but this on the palette here is every bit as wet as it was when I did that video weeks ago. So needless to say, these things will take forever to dry. So I think these are in the category as far as drying goes of you measure it with a calendar and definitely not a stopwatch. They are not slimy though, like the AK Interactive ones, but yeah, they're going to take forever to dry. So yeah, you get the ball from the opponent's 25, and then it comes down to, can you score? Do you kick the field goal? Going for two? And when you get to that many overtimes, well, now you've basically run every single play that's in your arsenal. Because most teams don't have 8 2-point conversion plays. Just throwing that out there. It's oils 100% of the time. Leaky spigot. Sometimes things necessitate working with the acrylics, but if there's any sort of any sort of choice involved, it is always oil paints because things take a fraction of the time to paint with the oils than they do with the acrylics. The oils also are far more durable than the acrylics by orders of magnitude. So Cheese Whiz, well, here's this is what we painted up last week, or sorry, last night. Sorry, a few weeks ago. Well, we painted up this Arwen on Horsey, and then we did another Gandalf and also Gandalf on Shadowfax. And of course, we did not one but two of the Great Eagles. Again, with the fabulous icicles there too. Maybe get a little bit more of the violet back in there. We're going to try and get a little bit of the dark here underneath the eyes. We need to get some of this on the lips too. Where's my red? No, there's too much thinner there. That's going to be way too much thinner. That's better. Get some of that up here. And of course, Cheese Whiz, we did not one, not two, not three, but 6 of these Hobbit Holes on stream. This is just a couple of them. We've also been working on our 1/1800 scale ships. We even painted, we painted 11 ring race on Fell Beasts. Of course, only for GW to get rid of the named ring wraiths, because that was helpful. Also, that's right, we did the cave dragon. Right before we did cave dragon, we did a Balrog. We also did, I think it was half a dozen Moria Gabos as well. Cheese Whiz, it's just like any other ones. It's just like the Gamlin, just like the Windsor Newton. You can just type in Williamsburg oil paints in the search engine up at the top of the Dick Blick site there, Cheese Whiz, and it'll take you right to it. Or you could just go to Artist Oil Paints, and it'll show you all the different brands. Cheese Whiz, where is it? Here we go. So this is, remember we had one or two of these before. We have more of these now. This is, well, they want to be a more affordable Williamsburg. It's not quite Williamsburg, but there's a lot of helpful colors in the Richardson line. We also have the Indancer in blue and the Puro orange, also from Richardson there. Let's see, we did another one of these chariots here. What was there? Oh, we did. We did. Oh, we did one of the sneaky snakes. That's right. Yep, we did one of these, and this was actually using that Puro orange from Richardson there. Yeah. So Cheese Whiz, not using it for skin tones. It's mostly for things like the flame effects, the object source lighting, things like gold. And as Elite was mentioning, the oils have massively more pigmentation. We've done a few things where we did the same figure in oils after doing it in acrylics, and the acrylic one looks like it looks like film noir by comparison. It literally looks like there's no color on it. And of course, we highly recommend, just like we do in all of our color theory and oils videos, is you do these color charts. You get used to not just what they look like, but how they handle, what their consistency is. And of course, before you start painting your entire 3,000 point army, how's about you take some basic figures and you just take one light color and one dark color. Again, this is not film noir, right? We have one light color, one dark color, just do a value study. So yeah, just do that value study there. Let me see if, okay, that might work better. We've been doing such gigantic stuff, and now we got these teensy tiny little hobbitses right there. So Cheese Whiz, we just did another one of those, and there's another one on the way because we are going to try to compare that with that and that. So yeah, these three guys here, this will be the next color theory and oils episode because these, I haven't even opened this one up. This just arrived, what, 2 days ago, yesterday, something like that. So this should be very interesting to compare the three of those together. Yeah, the ones that Grand Oracle are talking about right here. What brilliant colors? I think that's what they are. Grand Oracle. And we've been using these. There's the green one too. And then, well, this one, where is it hiding? We refer to this one, it's called Ice Blue, but we refer to it as Radiant Indigo because if indigo was a radiant color, that would be it. So I think we've got like three of the Richardson radiant, not radiant colors, right? Cheese Whiz, they all look very different. And Cheese Whiz, well, I don't know if you've had a chance to watch all the color theory and oils episodes, but they are very, very different. Here, look at this. This is okay. That's Williamsburg burnt umber, Windsor Newton burnt umber, and they couldn't be more different. Look at that. They don't look anything like each other. They both say pigment brown number 7 on the back of them. And of course, we know that pigment numbers are tricksy and false. They are virtually meaningless. Now, I wonder, is this... Okay. But yeah, the those three colors will look very, very, very different. Even the this one right here is this is almost like indigo blue. Payne's gray. Those three will be radically different from each other. So Cheese Whiz, that's why we strongly, strongly, strongly recommend that you do the color charts, because it will not just show you what the colors look like. Again, you're going to find out, oh yeah, this color, it applies very easy. It's very smooth. This color is almost kind of, you have to grind it onto the surface. It's not necessarily chalky, but it's kind of, it's a more of a bulky color. Usually colors like phthalo colors tend to just brush right on. They tend to be much smoother. Other colors almost to kind of have a granular feel to them. So doing those color charts reveals an awful lot. And it's really stunning what they can reveal. So Elite, this is the third time that this palette has been used. I used it for the latest tutorial video, plus the stream last night, plus the stream tonight. There was no time to set up a new palette, so I basically just took the old one, slapped some new colors on it, and went after it. Cheese Whiz, normally we're not using Payne's Gray, but again, that's why you try these things and do the color charts, because when I did a color theory analysis with the Payne's Gray from Williamsburg, that's when I found that actually I like it better than the indigo from Payne's Gray. or sorry, the indigo from Williamsburg. So it's almost like indigo, which again is hilarious. I just realized here that this apron needs to come this way. Like, that's the apron string right there. I thought it was a belt. No, that's the apron string. So is this. So we're making a little change here. There we go. That's better. Look at that. Even some of the violet's going to work its way into that too. So yeah, the indigo from Williamsburg tends to be kind of on the glossy, shiny side, whereas the Payne's Gray looks an awful lot like indigo, like, well, the Winsor Newton indigo, but it is ultra, ultra matte. Just like the ultramarine blue from Winsor Newton is very shiny, the ultramarine blue from Williamsburg is hyper matte. I mean, it is ultra matte. So leaky spigot, we just use a piece of parchment paper, which is just clipped to a piece of cardboard. I think I might have one more. Yeah, I got one more left. So it's just a piece of parchment paper and just some clips, and it's clipped to a piece of cardboard. So once we're done with that palette, we just chuck that baby in the garbage, and that's it. All good to go. So I'm not sure if Ryan had a chance to share his oil painting links there in the chat. Denethor, I wasn't sure if you shared your sculpting stuff in the chat there. If you want to do that. So Cheese Whiz, again, great to have you here. And once again, I apologize for the the streams just kind of starting later and later. It's just kind of the way of things. As it was, what was there? Thanksgiving was an all-nighter. Wednesday into Thursday. So Chivas. Now, the one thing that has definitely stayed the same is that we're still using the 18 zeros and, of course, the Filberts from Princeton here. Oh boy, boy, something wicked has just entered the chat. Something very wicked indeed. That would be Wicked Minis. Hey there, Wicked Minis, how you doing? Everybody please give Wicked Minis a follow. So Wicked Minis, happy Thanksgiving. I hope that you had a blast. Everybody please give Wicked Minis a follow if you could. So Wicked Minis, we're painting up some hobbits to go with all those Hobbit holes that we painted. This is just two of them. We did six of them. Yeah, we did six of those Hobbit holes, and now we're painting up some hobbits that are going to go in those. We have oh, here's the mayor, a Shire town right there. There's the mayor. We got another guy here. He's apparently he's really particular about nobody messing with his mushrooms there. Don't mess with his shrooms. Hey there, Rottweiler. Nice to see ya. Of course, last night we painted this, and the Shire is located right about. Let's see, that's a Brandywine, so the Shire's located right about there. Yeah, it's sunny in the Shire. Who knew? Oh, look at that. There's Sauron right there in Mordor. So yeah, this was last night's stream because it was Thanksgiving, which kicks off the ornament painting season, of course. And we've also been painting a few other things. Arwen on horseback, and of course, you can never have too many Gandalfs. I like to think you can't have too many Shadowfaxes. So there's Gandalf on Shadowfax, among other things. Glad that you had a good one there, Wicked Minis. So yeah, we did six of those things, and there's actually more. There's also a giant Hobbit tavern that well, that's not going to fit on stream because it's literally bigger than all six of those Hobbit holes put together. Yeah, or too many Schmandorfs, Grand Oracle. So how you doing there, Rottweiler? If you want to post a link to your stuff as well, please go ahead and do that. So Wicked Minis, we also have, again, courtesy of Recoil, who took the comment about life is like juggling flaming chainsaws, and he went into AI and drew these up real quick. We also even have flaming chainsaw keychains. Thank you so much, Kino. Appreciate that. Oh, that's Arid. Thanks, Arid. Everybody, please give Arid Canwife a follow. And of course, Arid, if you want to post your Pinterest links, please go ahead. So happy Thanksgiving. Great to see you again there, Arid. Of course, Wicked Minis, if you want to post something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I know you got some stuff that you can share. This is also another recent stream. This is another one of our big old sneaky snakes right here. There he is with a little bit of source light on him as well. So see you later there, Cheese Whiz. Thank you so much for being here. And again, happy Thanksgiving. Cheese Whiz, there will, I'm thinking it's somewhere in January there. January/February, I'm going to try and start doing some earlier, at least Saturday. I'm hoping to do an earlier start on the Saturday streams. So see you later. Everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Arid Canwife just shared. Then give Arid Canwife a follow because Arid's going to be streaming again Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific, like usual, right, Arid? And Arid, well, here's hoping that your dice towers are going well. I know you've got, you're kind of, would you say you're in the home stretch there? So everybody also please check out that Instagram link that Wicked Minis just posted. Check out that link. And then, of course, please give Wicked Minis a follow if you could. Those are free. And again, Wicked Minis, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Let me see. We've got our blending brush here. We're going to utilize that, I think, here. Whoop. Get that paint off of there. There we go. Well, well, wish you luck there, getting that all done, Arid. I know that's a whole bunch of work there. That is quite a bit of work, but I'm sure everybody's gonna love those. Where's my blending brush again? Here it is. Oh, geez, I keep forgetting. Man, I forgot again. Arid, I've got to look for those mugs that I was telling you about. The one that's got the dragon wrapped around it. Well, it's more like a goblet. Yeah, it's really more a goblet than mug. I have got to find that because that was really nifty. It's probably just a one-piece thing to print out too. Yeah, Irid, I guess, well, sometimes, things get stretched or whatever. I've had that happen. Well, with that Smaug, that definitely happened. There certainly must have been some extra weight or something like that on some of the pieces as it was printing. And it kind of distorted them a little bit. Grand Oracle, again, I'm glad that you kind of got the tree going there. I know that's a challenge. I'm sure it's going to look fantastic, and you'll absolutely love that once it's all up and everything. Let me see if we can get a little bit of something here for this. Well, once this is dry, we'll use some of our gloss gel or whatever to make that look a little bit on the shiny side, of course. Maybe a little lighter here since some of these edges. Teensy bit lighter there. Hey there, Doji. Delicious bakery run achieved. So again, well, Doji, happy belated Thanksgiving. I know that you don't do the Thanksgiving there, but we always want to wish folks a happy Thanksgiving. So leaky spigot, it's going to depend on the paint. It's going to depend on the color. Some colors are naturally slow drying. Some paints or some paint brands are more slow drying than others. Now, because of the colors I was using and the methods that we use, things like, well, our Gandalf on Shadowfax, that was basically dry the next day. Like 24 hours later, that was dry. Because remember, we're not piling on the paint like we are with a palette knife or something like that. Paint's being applied in very, very, very small amounts. That's generally how you can kind of tell that you're getting the hang of the oil painting, is that stuff takes less and less and less time to dry. Wouldn't you say that, Grand Oracle Doji, right? That you kind of you knew that you were starting to get things figured out once those miniatures took less and less time to dry. Now again, using something like the Fast Matte White can help. All I'm doing that is just adding it to all the colors, and that will speeds up the drying time of those. Yep, leaky spigot. As we say, we always suggest the color theory and oils videos, because in some ways that also shows, oh, what would you say, kind of the progression of things, and what some of the stuff, the newfound things, because everything is always changing. There's always either a new material, a new technique, a new idea, or something like that. And those tend to be developed in something like, say, the color theory and oils, because we're trying out the different colors, seeing what's going to work. Most definitely, less is more, and more is way too much. Also, think less, do more. And again, these are the fabulous stickers that Armored Wolf created. So you can go to Armored Wolf's Etsy page and find things like, oh, this. Things must be messy before they can be neat. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just posted. Also, please give Rottweiler a follow. So, Rottweiler, we are playing some more Valheim with Recoil today. Wasn't sure. Oh, geez, I gotta shoot Recoil a message too. Gotta shoot Recoil a message. So again, everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow if you could. Just trying to seek out some highlights here on that bottle on the floor there. Now we're going to try and get a little this, and this is another way we use less of the oil paint, right? No hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. It's another reason why the oils don't take forever to dry, because we're just using less paint, period. So everybody, please check out that link that again that Rottweiler just shared. We get this is again here. We're just letting the white mix with what's already on the figure here. Now let me see if we can hit these polka dots again. Let's break this white down over here. Is there there's some white in there. So there still should be plenty of epic games tomorrow. We got the Iron Bowl. We've got Ohio State, Michigan. We have Texas Tech, or sorry, Texas A&M. And in addition to the rivalry game, there's lots of playoff implications to all of those games. And again, a rival, if you can keep them out of the playoffs, even if your season has been dismal, that is pretty much like your Sioux. So not only do you win the rivalry game and you have those bragging rights, but now you also kept your rival out of the playoffs, which would be a very big deal for you. Let's continue here with this. Another polka dot's got to go up there. Another one down here. So originally I was going to do something different with this, but I realized that, well, we also have another. Where is that one? Is this one here? Yeah, this. Look at that. We have chicken there. Let me hit this. Like so. We want these to be quite 100% white down here. We want those to have a little bit of shading on them, so we're just going to let the paint mix together there. Again, hashtag no layers. We're even taking that same color and just, again, brushing that right on top of the violet that's already there. Now we were talking about different paints, different drying times. Well, these paints here, I think it's safe to say that these have significant drying times. So Armored Wolf says that Epic, oh geez, we're going to have to take a look at Epic Basing. Hopefully that's still going to be going on after the stream. But Epic Basing has 20% off. Not just on the STLs, but it looks like even the physical basing bits. Now, Armored Wolf, I haven't actually looked at the Epic basing site in weeks and potentially months. Is there anything that you saw there that's not something that I've been using, well, that I haven't used, either not just on a regular basis, but at all? I actually was just about to do that the other day, and then, well, there was some chaos, so that never happened. Leaky spigot, I basically don't bother with it with the oils because they're so rugged and everything else. However, should you need to, because some oil colors are shinier than others, Severa's blue, the phthalo colors can be. I just brush on a little bit of the Army Painter Anti-Shine, so while you're familiar with Army Painter, that's the only stuff we've used for years and years and years for using on miniatures there. So, well, I have to remember then to do that, I guess tonight after the stream, is just go over there, see if there's anything new and different and interesting. Again, it's been a long, long, long time since I actually have been there. Let's see. I, Man, it's been months, I think. Not like we haven't. I know I printed out lots of new stuff. A lot of our Lizard Man bits were from Make It Epic Basing. Trying to get a little bit of the lighter tan color here. Let me see if we can get that on here. Maybe a few little lighter bits on the floor. We also need to get some of our, I think, reddish brown color there. That's over here. We'll mix it up with that umber there. Let me see if I can go even darker here for some bits on the floor. Well, it looks, I don't know, maybe the bamboo trees are new. I thought for a second they were birch trees. Let me see here. Yeah, let's get some of our dark in this. Let's get the Mars Black, some of the Van Dyke Brown going here. Okay. That's 1 second here. No, that's not what I wanted. Alright, here, let me try this again. So, I didn't expect that to happen. Let me try this here. Bear with me 1 second. Alright, let's try that. Okay, we'll try this again. Oh, 1 second here. Alright, well, I'm just going to give up on that. That's just ridiculous. Nope, still not working. Try this black here. So I was trying to get into the Make It Epic site, and of course it wanted to do authentication numbers and all this other stuff, and of course I typed it in and it didn't work, so well, that's going to happen some other time. That is not now. We are going to try and get some more of our dark onto the bottle here. See what we can do for some eyeballs on this. There's one. There's the other. So yeah, the Army Painter Anti-Shine. That's pretty much the only stuff that we use from Army Painter. And really nothing else. Alright, there's some more lights. We will try this again here. Nah, maybe that. I don't think that's too dark. Might have to get some more of the perylene black in there. So again, the bases here are also from Printing Goes Ever On. The miniatures from Printing Goes Ever On, also the bases. Get a little bit of the edge around that now. This in here, I might try to make that a little. Oh, here, let's make it dark around it. Now, where's my brown again? That's probably too much. A little too much. Blending brush. Like so. You know what, I might go back to my lighter tan around here. Either that or we need to make that a little bit less yellowish. Let's try this, see how this works. Not quite neutral enough. Yeah, that might be a little more neutral now. Then the blending brush once again. There we are. Let's get back to some of our dark over there around our nails here. So that here, how can I make that, maybe we will roll with some of this. That's some of the Hansa yellow. That's the, wow, it's almost exactly the same as the Hansa yellow light from these right here. And again, these, I mean, it's not like your regular oil paints dry super fast. We will give those a try with that, as I'm just going to call it, the carbonate of soda there. We'll see if that actually helps those to dry in a more timely fashion. Really, there's nothing new with those colors. They're just kind of a repeat of what we already have. So to be honest, well, I said it in the video too, is I'm just going to stick with the stuff I already have. There was one intro. It was the Hansa Yellow Deep or something like that. I think maybe it was Hansa Yellow Medium. That would be different because that one was actually unique. Although now that I'm looking at it, it's not all that different from our Naphthol Scarlet. So again, I can't really say run out and buy those. I can say, maybe if you can't get things like the Williamsburgs or the Gamlins or whatever, maybe you'd be able to get these. They would also be in smaller tubes. I will say this, they're going to be more expensive than regular artist oils. Because if you're looking at, 16 colors for $100, Let me see. What can we get, Grand Oracle, on Dick Blick as far as. Here, let me get some more of my. No, some more of the white. I think you can get like a 10 color Williamsburg starter set for, oh, wouldn't you say maybe $35 just, and not even relying on a super sale. So that means if you get two of the, because I think there's 3 or 4 Williamsburg starter sets, you could get 2 of those starter sets for, let's just say, $80. Let's just go on the high side. That would be 20 colors. Now, I do think you'd probably be repeating titanium white, so cut it down to 19. Maybe there might be a couple of other repeats. Well, let's say that there's 3 repeats, cut it down to 16. Well, okay, 16 colors, even if it's 15 for 80, that still is, again, I'm not really good at math, but 80 is less than 99. I think that's how it works in basketball. You score 88 or 80 points, you do not win over the team that scores 99. So I'm going to take that as more. And I do believe that the tube sizes are either probably the same. So again, given a choice of $99 for those, or $80 for, even if it's just the same amount of Williamsburg, I think you know where I'm going. These are definitely much more usable than, say, those AK Interactive things. They're also more usable than, say, the whole bean paints. Now, of course, for me, small little tubes like that are not, those are not economical either. So I mean, even buying the 37 mil tubes, I'm constantly having to replace tubes of paint because we're running through them that fast. So tiny little tubes of paint, not really super economical for me either. But everybody kind of has their own needs, own requirements when it comes to their painting supplies and what their mission is. So I'm kind of glad we ended up just saying, you know what, I was going to try and do the gingham, that kind of checkered cloth, almost like your restaurant tablecloth, right? But we'll have other opportunities to do it because we have many more hobbitses to paint. So eventually we'll get around to that. Yeah, the miniatures and even the bases actually are all from The Printing Goes Ever On. Just throwing a little bit of light there. Now let me see what we can do here with the lower lip here. I want to keep some measure of red on there. Let's get the chin first. Okay, man, that's a little too, still too light. Let's go back. Even that, actually, that works. That kind of works there. I would still like to maybe lighten up the skin color here in a few places. We got this over here. Well, now there's a little too much thinner in that. Let me see. So Landris says that the artist oil set, now again, that's the artist oil, that's not the Wintons. That's the genuine artist oil set of 10 21 mil tubes is $70 on Dick Blick. And that's something to keep in mind, that Dick Blick and Gamblin, when you get those starter sets, you say, "Ooh, wow, those are like 20 some odd bucks." Well, those are not the artist grade oils. Ah, you know what? I think the Williamsburg tubes, those are smaller. Whoops, wrong shelf. Yeah, I think these are only 18s or something like that. I think the ones from Windsor Newton are bigger. Oh yeah. So yeah, these are 21s, and that's a 17. So that's again, these are the Wintons. What uh, that $70 starter set that would be the genuine artist colors, not the Wintons. So see you later there, Doji. And Doji, if you wanted to, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat yet, but if you haven't, please go ahead and share your oil painted miniatures. Sorry if I forgot to ask. My apologies there if you didn't get a chance to share your links yet. Nope, that is still okay. There we go. Now it's got a little bit of the skin tone in it. I'm gonna try to make that a little bit lighter. Same over there. Maybe even go a little further. Okay, on the chin here. The nose. On the cheek there. On the cheek there. On the upper lip, maybe if I can. And the whole idea is I'm definitely trying to give and let's just say an expression of either disgust or disdain or something here on the character. And again, with the oil paints, you really want to keep in mind that you don't want to be thinking of these as slow drying acrylics and just keep layering stuff up. I mean, layers are great. You're gonna do that. Just stick with the acrylics because that's what they're gonna do well. The oils again, not so much with the layering. We also recommend working on multiple miniatures like we are here, right? We're gonna be working on the mayor here very soon. Thanks. I think you sent sent some last Christmas too, right, Doji? Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for doing that. And of course, Doji, have a good one. And everybody, check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Those are some oil painted miniatures. Go check that out. I'm gonna try and get a little bit of this lighter color into our red here. So I'm just taking the same light color that I was using on the skin tone, and now I'm just putting it on the cloth here, lightening up that red in just a couple of key spots. Few key areas here. So again, the bases, those are also 3D printed from, not I almost said Make It Epic Basing, but no, that is from Printing Goes Ever On. Let's see. Let's see if we can get something on the label here. And then some smaller type there. Landress, were you using your usual spools for all of your storage stuff there? Or did you kind of just go just to kind of go on there and like, okay, here's some spool that I wouldn't really want to use on terrain because maybe it's not as up to snuff or something like that, but it's just a little storage unit, so I'll just go ahead and use this cheaper stuff. So again, let me see what we've got going on the underside of this hat here. I think I'm going to make that a darker brown. And now I think I'm going to try and go a little bit lighter on the flowers on the hat, maybe. We'll see if that's going to work. We will take, speaking of the fast matte, actually I should start doing, oh, there is the CAS Alkids, right? Now these, they're basically like the Williamsburg of the Alkid stuff. So okay, the whatchamacallits or the fast matte colors may not exist, but these still do. Right, so these still exist, and again, see fast dry Alkyd oil colors. Now the downside is those are not cheap. Those are definitely not inexpensive as far as that kind of stuff goes. So, I'm gonna actually, oh, maybe I'll mix a little bit of this in there too. Little bit of that, and then we'll get some of our white into this, and that might just then do it. Some of our fast matte white here. Let's see how that works. Maybe I want to get a little bit of this in there too. Alright, let's get some light on these little flowers here. I might try to make that, I was tempted to make that almost more of a green. I think that's what we need to do. And that's no problem changing that around. We can do that. Okay, now I think I can go this light. We can always do another little pin line washi type thing with the perline red. Now one thing I have, and I'm going to try and, well, of the many color theory and oils vids, I'm going to try and do a little more direct comparison of this to the perline crimson, because this is what a series 3 perline crimson is, a series 6 Williamsburg. So big difference there, and I think it's not the same. It is definitely not the same as our wonderful Williamsburg perline crimson, but if it's close enough at potentially less than half the cost, it might just be worth it. So here, trying again to get some green there. Take some of this, some of our phthalo green. There we go. Now we have a little brighter green that we can work with here. And better. Now this stuff down here, actually, I need to change that over to green too, so not so much with the red. That is a handy dandy little change right there. That didn't work out too bad. Not too bad at all. Now some more of our white in with the green. Down here on that chapeau. All along here, right by the, not the, well, by the brim. Couple more dabs of our light there. Also, same deal here. So a little different green than what we got here. So that's more of a bluish green. This definitely a little bit more on the warm side. Blending brush. Yeah, it was, well, it was like a big old blob of it there. That's not quite what we were looking for. Let's hit this tool right there again with some of our lighter green. Lighter green there. I wonder if I should do one more shot of this lighter green here. Let's try it. We're going to get some of our fast matte white in there. A little bit of that yellow to keep it from getting too pale. Ah, you know, that was worth it. That was definitely worth it. Thank you so much, Grognard. Appreciate that, Grognard King. You shall not. Oh my goodness. It wasn't me. It's like last I checked, you were the one sitting at that table. It's like no, it was the hobbits. It's like yeah, well, you all smell like pipeweed to me. I still blame you. It's like what do you mean? I'm just a wizard. A wizard should know better. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's my line. No, it's not. That's my line. Jeez. Come on, man. Couldn't resist that one. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Grognar King. And of course, that means. Uh-oh. Well, we mentioned pipeweed. We had a 1. What's going to happen on this roll up? Oh, okay. Safe roll. A safe roll for Gandalf there. So thank you so much, Grognar King. Appreciate that. Thank you for joining us here. Let's try. Let's make sure we got the right brush there. I think we have the right one. I need to get some more light red on the checkers here. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's get a little bit of our white in that. I'll turn it slightly towards the pink. That is okay. Ah, there we go. That red was too much of the same for because there's going to be no folds there. You know, I'm just going to paint over that and we'll repaint the dot there. It'll be easier to do that. Right, JD? How you doing? Nice to see you again, Uncle Trash. So, happy Saturday there, JD. Boy, JD, we almost had ourselves an epic, epic, epic upset today. It was about as close as you could get. It was 8 overtimes worth. So, Grognar King, glad to have you here. Now, as I said, we might be painting some more of these hobbits tomorrow, or I do actually have 2 more hobbit holes that are all ready for painting. And this is just 2 of the 6 that we painted right here on stream. Actually, the lumberjack hobbit hole, I put that up on YouTube. Well, a shortened version of it, anyways. And then we also, you'll notice that one doesn't have all the flock and foliage on it. Well, I just was it last week or no, it was earlier this week we posted the video where we did all of the flock and foliage on all the hobbit holes. No, Grognard, actually, it's just Printing Goes Ever On was one of the very first STL, well, digital sculptors that I signed up with on Patreon back in 2020. Hey, there's Surface Tension. How you doing? Happy belated Thanksgiving there, Surface Tension. I know it's nice and gray there, the way you like it. So JD, the college overtime works much different. You're basically getting the ball at the 25-yard line, and if you score a touchdown and get the extra point, and the other guys do not score and get the touchdown and extra point, then you win. But if both sides do that, you do it again. But now you have to go for a 2-point conversion. If it's still tied after that, then it just is alternating 2-point conversions. So yeah, Ragnar, they are one of the very, very first ones that we ever signed on with. We've done a bunch of printing goes there. There's regular Galadriel there. Where's our Dark Queen Schmaladriel from Printing Goes Ever On? That's around here somewheres. We have another, because we don't have enough. Oh no, this one's from Diwali. That's right. But I do have a Gandalf on Shadowfax from Printing Goes Ever On, because again, you can never have too many Gandalfs, right? Geez, Surface Tension. I know you were talking about a wee spot of rain there, but even for Wales, it was a little bit more than a spot of rain. So glad that you're okay there, Surface Tension. Of course, Surface Tension. If you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Grutnert. Let's see. I don't think it's in this picture here, but we've I've also got some of the Candice stuff printed out from Printing Goes Ever On, and oh no, that's not our Minas Morgul stuff. Never mind. Um, let's see. I'm looking to see if I've got my. No, that's not that. That's not them. That's not them. Oh yeah, there we go. That's from the Printing Goes Ever On. There's our Dark Queen Schmaladro. I knew that was around here somewhere. Oh, and then of course too, I think these guys also. Did we already go past it? There they are. Printing Goes Ever On. Iron Hill Dwarves right there. Everybody, please check out that Mastodon link there. That let me see. Let me get rid of this. That Surface Tension just posted. So again, well, Surface Tension. Hopefully that all clears up very soon, and you don't have to be worrying about that. So these days we have two Anycubic Mono X printers. That's for the whatchamacallit stuff for these resin miniatures. I wonder. I think I can get this in my hand. No, that's from Conquest Creations. Where's my Printing Goes Ever On one? Of course. Oh gosh, it's going to be really hard to reach that thing. But no, can't reach them. But I have two Hobbit Holes printed out from the Printing Goes Ever On. Oh, also, well, it's not one of these Candish, but I have his Candish terrain printed out. So we painted, actually, see that one, that blue one on the left? We painted up the Printing Goes Ever On version of the Candish yurts. And that's on that is on the Bamboo Carbon X1. So again, Surface Tension. Here's hoping that everything again starts to get a little bit easier there. Blending brush once again. Yeah, let's hit this lighter. Right over there. I think those are about as light as I can make those. Ooh, that should be a little lighter too. Alright, so now we're starting to get there. Actually, that's the handle of the umbrella there. Now, it's no surprise that, say, the yellows and basically their version of dioxazine violet would take a while to dry. I mean, the Williamsburg, what are the two of the longest uh, drying time colors in the Williamsburg rain? Oh, dioxazine violet and Indian yellow. So it's no surprise that those are slower drying. Glad that they're kind of getting back to normal there. Surface tension. And again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. And Surface Tension, we will be painting up those Highland miniatures Sneaky Snakes because I want to try out a few things with the Puro Orange and the Puro Red and the Hansa Yellow Medium from the Iris Artist Oils. Okay, now I think we got our shading a little bit better on the hair. Might try to get some more lighter stuff here on the feet. Probably have to get some more of our fast matte white out there. There we go. Also there. Just realized we didn't have any of our lighter skin tone there. Still only had the original darker stuff. Get this right up to the umbrella here. Yeah, surface tension. Sorry that it's been a little bit tough to get the kind of painting time that you would really like to have. I know that can be really frustrating. You know what? I might try to get a little more light on the underside of the chin here. Let me see if we can do that here. Okay. We're getting there. Maybe we extend that. Yeah, the nose here. Now, remember, I think these are from Empire Games. I was worried that these were going to be small by comparison. They're actually about the same height. It's just that Printing Goes Everon, and remember, Printing Goes Everon is not heroic scale. So the Empire Games Hobbitses that we did, that was definitely more of a heroic scale with the big heads, big hands. Sorry that it's gonna keep getting crazy there, surface tension. Let me do this. Actually, surface tension, I'm guessing that you haven't had a chance to even play one-page rules in forever. Just occurred to me now. I think you actually were getting a chance to actually play. And I think that is the link to the Patreon page, kindly posted by Armored Wolf. Again, I just put up the latest Patreon tutorial the other day. I think it was, actually, it might have been Thanksgiving morning or something like that. I know it was Thanksgiving evening, that's it. And that was the one with all of our fabulous water effects, also sculpting fire. So, yeah, this was that waterfall that we did, right? Basically the Galadriel's mirror pool. We're starting to get more and more clarity on those as that stuff starts to set. And then, of course, we have the fabulous icicles that we did. Oh, by the way, this is also from the Printing Goes Ever On here. Our eagles. And we've done at least 4 of those, I think. Well, sorry, I won't be able to feel those. There's surface tension. I know you've been working really hard on those. We go this way here. And there. Let me keep going with this. There. And now we're going to get a little bit more of the light on the floor down here. Keep in mind, this is just one of the hobbits. Where's our... There's our mayor. We're going to be getting to him very soon here. Yeah, surface tension. Gotta do the same thing here. Well, actually, I have a larger version of the nativity scene, I think. I gotta see if I can relocate that file. Either that or I'll just have to go back and download it again. Okay, I think we've got that later. Now maybe go back to my fast mat. Or do I just put some more out here? No, I got some over here. Never mind. I see we have some down here. Surface tension, I wouldn't mind having a couple more of those too, because think of, well, I'd already be playing games, right? On terrain. Actually, if I had a couple more of those surface tension, I could sleep while I'm streaming. See that? See what I did there? Instead of what I did on stream last night, which was fall asleep on stream, which I noticed myself because all of a sudden, instead of the dainty little clouds there, there was just a white streak across of Arda there. And again, here's Shire. Here's the Shire right up there. See by the Brandywine River, right about there. And of course, well, there's Sauron right there. Thanks, Leaky Spigot. I really do. Well, either this one or, well, let's see. Where's the other one? I might try to do the gingham on this one then. That might be fun to do that here with our little chicken right there, whatever. Surface tension, and as we know, when you clone stuff, the clone is, shall we say, less intelligent than the original. So you're not starting with a wide margin of error right there. So yeah, once you get past like that second or third clone, you're getting into the remedial reading for sure. So that could be a little bit of an issue. Hey there, Uncle Trash. Yep, that was it was our first Christmas ornament of the season. Because every New Year's Eve we paint. Almost there we are. So we paint this every New Year's Eve. Of course, we have painted many other planetary bodies. Oh, and this Thursday coming up, we're going to paint Ganymede and or Callisto. So we're going to we'll paint one of those two, maybe both of them. I actually have the the references all ready to go for it. Oh, thanks, Uncle Trash. Appreciate it. Of course, Uncle Trash, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry about that. I knew there was something I was trying to remember. So Leaky Spigot, not quite sure. It kind of depends whatever might contrast well with the figure itself. And of course, the nice thing is there will be many more chickens to paint because actually, I think it was Printing Goes Ever On did a whole batch of farm animals: a cow, a goat, rooster. So we'll have more chances to paint those up too. Now, thanks, Uncle Trash. We'll also be doing more of these. Again, if I can't find the rest of these, I'm just going to get another batch on Amazon here. So, got more festive Lord of the Rings themed ornaments right there. Let's do this. Don't want to make that too light, because now it's gonna rival the color on the sleeves there. We don't want to do that. So I think what we're going to do is we'll set this aside here. And let's get to the mayor. Oh yeah, we got to replace that spot that we wiped out. Do that spot again. Make that. We just had to spotify this a little bit more. And we'll set you aside. Now let's grab the mayor over here. See what we can do at him. Some eyes is for him there. And I think we'll go with some white pants for him. Let's just make those a bit lighter now. Then we'll get to the skin tones. Actually, no, I think I'm gonna change that around to some, maybe some greenish pants. So let's do that instead. So we'll change this around. Yep, let's make a little change there. Of course, he's got his little shillelagh right there. And again, this is 3D printed from the Printingo is ever on. Oh, we also printed out the, well, it's supposed to be a Corsair ship. We're going to use it as an Easterling ship. Because, well, we already have, whoops, wait a minute. We already have three. This is just one of the three Corsair ships that we painted. We also painted that Elven ship. But I do have the printing goes ever on basically like a Chinese junk. And that's how we're going to use that for our Easterlings. That will be fabulous too. Just going to darken up the coat here a bit. So yeah, Leaky Spigot, the 3D printing has been huge just on multiple levels, even when it comes to the basing bits. It just creates so many more options that were never there before. If you check out some of the really old basing videos, you'll see stuff that I had to basically sculpt by hand, which now is I can just print up not just endless amounts of them, but they match the scale. So if I need something that's a 72 mil scale or something like that, all I gotta do is just print that baby out. And Uncle Trash, one of the nice things is that as time goes on, certain printers definitely have a reduction in price because there's always some new latest greatest thing out there, which makes maybe some older printers, which work just fine, makes those less expensive. That might have a little too much orange in it. I was gonna make sure to get some greenish colors in his skin tone there. Gets a bit, there we go, getting a bit more on my Terra Rosa / Mars red into that. Let's get some of that onto the fingers, his thumb, his feet is here. And remember, we got other hobbitses that we started here. There's our farmer maggot right there, I guess. Yeah, just making sure we have some of that skin tone there on his feetses before we start lightening that up. Other hand. Get back to some of the lighter skin tone here. Toes. Legs here. That's because all the food that's made in the Shire is magically delicious. I mean, well, actually, yeah, how do you think he got to be mayor? That was his pot of gold right there. That's clearly how this guy got to be mayor. Because in the Shire, let's see, respiration is not required for representation. Vote early and vote often. I think that's how it is in the Shire. Get his little ear right there. Ah, we never did get this part of his leg. Let's get that. So let me see. 2 hours, 12 minutes ago. Yeah, it's not just these two, but these two. So we're working on 4 miniatures here all at the same time. So you can see difference in the skin tones there from the one we were just working on. And Rottweiler, I mean, technically, this guy, he's more, he's guarding his shrooms there, but I told you we got ourselves some farmers that we're still working on, and there's more yet to come because there's more farm implements. Again, this is from the Printing Goes Ever On, and there's the Halfling Customizer, which has tons, and oh my gosh, tons and tons of different items of, well, war gear. Now, again, I think we'll probably have to be sticking with the old ME SPG when it comes to what we want to be doing on our, when it comes down to live streaming the games and stuff. Let me see if I can't get a touch of this light over his eye. There we are. Over that one too. Let me take my blending brush to that. Try this again here. His ear. Upper lip. There's his pipe there. So I guess the question is he going to challenge Gandalf to a smoke ring contest? We've only ever had one of those so far on stream, and it wasn't a Hobbit that Gandalf was competing against. Oh, thanks, Leaky Spigot. Well, like we were saying earlier, the oils are a huge help when it comes to that because, again, the paint's just mixing right here on the miniature. The miniature is your palette. That's why this palette can just be, well, this is literally the third session that I've used this thing. I basically just say, all right, well, we need this, we need to put some paint out there. We'll just throw it out there. Put some new stuff on there and just keep hammering away. Since again, mostly the mixing is going to happen over here. Oh, it's right, it's a little shillelagh there. We don't want to forget that. Catch some more of our light here. We might even get a little bit of our yellow into that lighter gray. I mean, even here is I'm just, it's effectively just a dry brush. However, because it's oil paints, no, it's not actually a dry brush, right? It's a wet into wet dry brushing. Where's my, here we go. See if we can't lighten up that. Now here on the collar, shoulder, shoulder over here, folds, elbow. With the oils, again, there's can be somewhat of a learning curve. Well, it's like with printing. Well, when you're first doing it, you're trying to figure out, okay, what kind of settings do I use? You have to learn how to do supports, and different types of figures are going to require the supports that are very different. Not the same kind of support to work with just every miniature there. That is, I think that's kind of a time I might use this right here for I'm thinking that's his tie there. We'll roll with that. Ooh, let's get a. We never did get the other side of his head here with the ear. He's also kind of got the mutton chop sideburny things going on. Let's get a little bit of green in his face here. Yeah, leaky spigot. Well, hopefully the oils don't take super long, but again, it can be a case where you just gotta get used to them and adapt to again the differences between the oils and the acrylics. And of course, once the oils are dry, you want to do some stuff in acrylics on them. Well, you can always do that. It's just paint. Once it dries, you can do whatever you want on top of it. You're not going to want to do those both at the same time. But yeah, once the paints are dry, no big deal. You say, yeah, I would maybe be more comfortable doing the freehand or whatever with the acrylics from now on. Well, you can do that. You also do not have to paint it all in one shot if the paint dries. Well, as we've shown on many of our army painting series, right? Because those are 5 episodes long. Oh, there's just some buttons over there. That's what those are. Now, leaky spigots, another really fantastic thing about the oils is that they flow so much easier than acrylics. I had to paint a mural on a wall. Actually, it was it was the Shire, and on the entire wall, which was what 130 inches by 90 some odd inches, I maybe used a tube and a half of paint total. because the oils are so easy to spread around and such, so efficient. It takes very little oil paint. That's why we have less is more, and more is always way too much, especially when it comes to the oils. So again, a little bit lighter here on his jacket. And I mean, how long have we been working on him? Maybe 20-ish minutes now? Possibly that long. As the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. Let's get some of our light right in here. Now on his fingers, his thumb, these knuckles a little lighter. His little schnoz right there. We need to get that a little lighter too. So we did this here. What about this other ear? We need to get something there, and then we can really make him more like the Lucky Charms guy. I guess if we were to give him reddish here, where's my asphaltum here? Let's go with that. Let's start out with the asphaltum here. Put that over here. Trim that sleeve a little. Now let's get that down on his hobbit feet here. Some of the hair. And again, it doesn't. You don't necessarily have to laden it down with thinner either to do that. We're just talking about the dry brushy stuff. That's a lot of the technique that we do with the oils actually is just basically a dry brush. Since the paint's already, it's already wet there. I might come back into that with our lighter light on his eye, I think. Get a little bit of that down here onto the floor though first. We haven't really touched that at all. Okay, this base also 3D printed from Printing Goes Ever On. We do have some more of the, the Corsairs of Umbar from Printing Goes Ever On that we're going to be painting up. Because again, we're going to need that for our Corsair army. I mean, even already we have 3 Corsair ships that need a crew. Darkening this on the underside here. Of his hat. Then around this brim there is that. We'll have to lighten that up too. Catch a little dark down in there and see what we want to do with his shillelagh here. Now let me see if I can get some lighter whatevers on some of the wood down here. Yeah, I guess that's gonna just have more of the yellow in it. See what happens with that. Not everywhere. As you can see even here on this one, there's some different colors in the in the wood. I'll just use this. You can always put some more of the fast mat white out there. Get these nails here in the floor. The one thing I will say though, the printing goes ever on. Oh, I got the horse too. I got the mayor on a horse. Maybe we can get that also based and primed. The unfortunate thing is that the printing goes ever on the cavalry bases. For whatever reason, they're 50 millimeters. They're not 40s. Not sure how that happened because he of all people definitely knows they do not go on 50 millimeter bases. Top of his pipe there. Now let me see if I can use some of our rusty color again with the asphalt, and we'll start shifting that a little bit more towards the red. And I might, let me just use we have this out here anyway. We'll just go with the Naphtol Scarlet here. That will surely make him. Yep, look, he's got some red here. Or reddish here, and then of course the sideburns there. I might even, boy, that pure orange is still sitting there. That is literally from that video from days ago. And of course, thick sticks to thin and vice versa. Unlike the acrylics where, okay, you put something on top of something else. If you're working in the same session, most likely it's going to be wet. So that means you either have to have that paint be slightly thicker or at least slightly thinner. So it doesn't have to necessarily be a pin line wash versus right out of the tube thick. So again, that little bit of a greenish tone there. Here we can get some of this almost as rust on these nails here in the boards. Like you do there. Again, that's a very different from our Hobbit lady there. So leaky spigot, for the most part, we're using these are. It was always just synthetic brushes. Gave up on sable brushes years and years ago. We've got the 18-0 short liner, and we got the filbert brushes from Princeton. The Cottman brushes, those are from Winsor Newton. Those pretty close to these as well. These generally about $5 to $5.30 a piece. We also use the craft brushes here, and these tend to be package of 12 of these for nowadays $6. So sorry I didn't see your question earlier there, Leaky Spigot. Only just saw it now. Thank you so much, Dream Rubicon. Appreciate that. Aha. So, you're the new guy, huh? He's like, yeah. I'm Gandalf the White. He's like, so you chose new robes, right? It's like, well, I guess, yeah. And they're white. It's like, well, yeah, they're definitely white. It's like, so the other guy that has the white robes who came in here, by the way, while you were gone and messed up the joint. It's like, oh, yeah, sorry about that. That's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 here. We're gonna get ourselves a Gandalf 6. Look at that for Dream Rubicon. Thank you so much. Appreciate that follow. You never quite know what's going to happen when Gandalf shows up on screen. You never really know. So yeah, the brushes, not super fancy. The nice thing about the oils is that since they're not super fast drying, they don't get down into the ferrule. Well, they can try, but since you can clean them really fast, and oh, of course, this is what we're using to clean the brushes here. Winsor Newton brush cleaner. And look at that. It's not just oil, it works with acrylic, not hazardous, no vapors. When it comes to the thinner, we're using the high quality odorless thinner. And look at this massive container that we have. Yes, look at that gigantic water bottle cap. Yeah, it's a water bottle cap, no giant vat of it. Obviously, people, when they're doing their acrylics, they'll have a big old, like maybe a mug or something like that of water. With the oils, we just have a little dainty tiny water bottle cap of thinner, and that's all we need. That's it. Try and get me some of the orange on his sideburns there. Again, that is some of the same orange that we use in our source lighting. All right, surface tension. Do you have your personal flotation device ready there? Hopefully you do. That way, both of you can just dog paddle back to the house should things go a little bit sideways. So thanks, surface tension. Appreciate you being here. And again, everybody check out the surface tension. I'm going to repost your Mastodon link there. Okay, we got his little kerchief tie, whatever that is. Let me see. I might also. Where's our green here again? This is be our lighter green. I'm gonna just rotate this a little bit so I can get to that a little easier. Surface tension it hopefully will not be a swim in the river Anduin there with that special kind of Welsh wet and that special kind of Welsh gray. I'm telling you, surface tension, I still am envisioning that scene where there's bright sunshine in Wales, and people are just absolutely horrified and terrified, just again, the same way people were very scared about eclipses back in the day. Now, where's that little highlight along that band here, right by the brim? Let's get that too. All the way towards the back of his head here. Maybe a little bit of our darky in here. We'll have to strengthen up the line on the collar. I think we'll do that. Let's do that here real quick. So again, all the ones that we're painting now, these are, oh gosh, I guess you could call them pre-made characters. But with the printing goes ever on, there is a customizer. Almost every army has a customizer, which means you say, okay, we'll use that body with this arm carrying this axe or this bow, and then we'll put this head on there, and then the extra little things like pouches and packs and whatever's hanging off them, daggers. Little extra things like that. I think I need to get a little more light in that in the side of his eye there. See if we can do that real quick here. Well, first of all, while I have my dark here, I'm also gonna some of that around these nails, this board. There we go. So we got rid of that. Now let's get some of our fast matte white here. I'm gonna get some more of that out on the palette while we're thinking about it here. So yeah, this is the stuff from Gamlet, and that's the fast matte white. You know what? I have to look and see what the CAS Alkyd Pro. They must have a white. Guess we could do a test of that with the fast matte white. That's still in production. All of the other fast matte colors, again, those are out of production, sadly. All right, in his eye right here. Yeah, I'll just do the whole eye again. Now let's go back and let's do the darker part of his eye here to match what we already have. Little more. Yeah, close enough. Back to some of the. Here, let's use this kind of mid-range brown. A little lighter than that. Not quite that dark. That, if I can squeeze it in here. Let's do that. Okay, there we are. Now we'll try to lighten up that cheek one more time. One more go around on that. Let's get a little bit of a red into that too. Right up here. Now I think we're getting there. Yep. Now also I'm gonna set that one aside. Let's get to our farmer maggot here. Might be, and you know, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can give him maybe a bit of a plaid shirt or something. Then down this green here. Is he wearing a vest? He is wearing a vest, so let's change that around then. Change that vest around. Didn't notice that before. So that changes things. Maybe we won't be doing the plaid because we're not doing a plaid vest on him. Let's maybe get even some darker hair on him here. Just some of the Van Dyke brown, keeping that simple. His rake here, which is a wooden rake, it's not a metal rake. I can see the little nails in it too. Some pants for him here. blending brush. Just use whatever here. Any brush can be a blending brush. Over here, blending brush again. Hashtag no layers. Fast matte white there. Blending brush. So you can see we're not, we're just taking that one white, doing sort of a semi-dry brush. Now taking our blending brush, do the rest. Not doing this very laborious one layer at a time kind of thing. Same over here, we're just going to let that, I'm even using my little 18-0 liner brush, and we're doing dry brushing with that even. Really lighten up some of these sleeves here, then we'll hit the skin. So this is our third, again we've got the other one, the fourth one also has some paint on it too. But again, this is miniature number 3, and we're not even at the hour 3 mark yet in the stream. We also had a level 1 hype train. So as we like to say, 2 hours 41 minutes and a level 1 hype train to go. These, none of these had paint on them. I'm gonna lighten this up just a teensy bit more. Then we're gonna also start to get some stuff on the skin to keep that brought up to speed with what we're kind of doing on the rest of them here now. Skin tone time once again. That's just a mid-tone right there. Just a mid-tone. I think after I establish some of the mid-tone lights and such on this guy here, just going to go run and refresh the medicine. Because, well, we're always usually running a little bit lower on that after something like, I say, a hype train or a blitzkrieg, as we call them. A little bit of light over there, okay. Is nice. Lighter. Still with the skin tone, maybe a little bit of my orange in there. A little more. Start to lighten up his face here. His chin. His neck. I don't think that he has a beard. Where's this? So there's his ear. Fingers. Fingers. So he's starting to look very different now in just a matter of probably 15, 17 minutes or so of messing around with him. Because again, instead of having to do an exhaustive amount of layer after layer after layer, we just drop the paint on there and it mixes essentially on its own. And it's a great way to get that extra bit of color variation. See, I look at that. I took the skin tone, and now we're just putting some of that right on here. Well, hello again there, Paint Hand Dan. Great to see you. Everybody, please give Paint Hand Dan a follow. Paint Hand, if you wish to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Look at this. We're working on some little Shirelings here. We're actually working on four of them. We kind of have the mayor there. We have a lady who's very upset about something there, and then we have Farmer Maggot right there. Hey there, Miss Kamet, how you doing? And Suck It To Me. Hey, Hearthfire Tavern, nice to see ya. Um, we painted 6 Hobbit holes. Here's just a couple of them. So we thought, well, we need some hobbits to go with our Hobbit holes. And that's just 2 of them. And we've also done all the flock and foliage since then. So yeah, paint hand. And here's another one. Here's the 4th one that we are working on too.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my
Thank
guns
you
up.
so much, Hearthfire Tavern. Appreciate that. Ah, yeah. So about that, I blame the hobbits. It's like, they actually blame you. And to be honest, I actually believe them for what are you talking about? Well, the horse over there tells me that you and the hobbits were getting up to more of your pipeweed shenanigans. He goes, no, 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 it's really just them. Yeah, then why are you kicked out of Rivendell? Too many raves. Too many raves in Rivendell. Let's see what happens with our Gandalf 6 right here. Wow, that's 2 in a row. That is 2 Gandalf 6s right in a row. Yesterday, on our Thanksgiving stream, so the Shire is right there. So see, that's the Brandywine River there. There's the Shire right there. Because this is Arda. Oh, look, and there's Sauron right there. There's there's the River Anduin, the Bay of Belfalas, Harad, Far Harad. There's the Sea of Rune. So yeah, this was our first Christmas ornament of the season. We also, well, we aside from the 11 Fell Beasts and Ring Race, we've also painted Gandalf. We painted an Arwen here. We did a batch of eagles. Right there's oh, and this also is printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. Same folks. Oh, thanks, thanks Hearthfire. Oh, and thanks Paint Hand. If you want to post anything in the chat, I know you were just working on just on stream there, but let's see. Where are some of our other ones? Here we go, and we'll be doing more of these, no doubt about it. Oh, look at that! Eye of Sauron and Mars. We're gonna be doing. Speaking of moons, we're gonna paint Callisto and Ganymede this coming Thursday. There's everyone's favorite planet right there. We've done a couple of Jupiters. We've done Saturn. Yes, those are really, really fun. Absolutely love doing those. Oh, oh, thanks, Miss Kmat. Appreciate that. And of course, on our usual Mondays, we're either painting something like, say, our 1/1800 scale ships or 28 millimeter ships like our Corsair ships, which, oh, look at that, for our Corsairs of Umbar. 1 second, there you go. So paint it. Oh, also, we'll be getting into these too. So these are also ornaments. These are literally just pieces of wood. Just a piece of wood there, and well, obviously some fun Lord of the Rings scenery right there. Of course, we have all kinds of different armies that we've been working on. We have an entire army that revolves around Dark Queen Galadriel here. So there's Dark Queen Galadriel, and there's, as we like to say, Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Hearthfire, just do it, right? Is it you keep practicing, you're just inevitably gonna learn things. Well, here we go. All right. So that eagle you saw with the icicles. Well, it was all part of the same video. We were doing this waterfall here, and I was cutting out these little pieces for obviously the waterfall sections, and I had some tiny shards, and I said those look like icicles. That was a complete accident, and it then it led to I've been doing icicles for years and years, but that's the same. That's one of those same little pieces from that piece of terrain you just saw. So look, there's some icicles done the easy way. Oh, thanks, Paint Hand. Appreciate that. Oh, now of course we have gotten back to our Tomb Kings. In addition to all the Lord of the Rings stuff, here's one of our sneaky snakes right here. Again, with a little bit of the source lighting on them. And of course, we'll eventually get back to our Bretonians. This is a little bit of fun action here, and I think it's from Highland Miniatures, that particular Bretonian there. And oh yeah, that's right. This one is from Titan Forge. But let's have we're talking about the 3D printed basing bits. Look at this: flowers, bunnies. There's actually 4 bunnies on here, plus the fox. So again, though, we have the oxalis plants, the another bunny right there. There's another bunny. Let's see, where's their? Oh, where did that one go? Well, we've. I was trying to look around for these files again from Titan Forge because I wanted to print out some more of these because those were super fun. Love painting those. So paint, and of course we're using regular artist oils here. Yeah, that's the other thing that we should mention. Here's our big 4 brands: Richardson, Windsor, Gamlin, Windsor Newton, and Williamsburg. So these 3 right here, those are basically the same when it comes to price and quality, super similar. This one, when it says handmade, that is the real deal. It's made by hand. It does mean it's going to cost you more, but it is good, solid stuff. Thanks, Miss Kmat. The bases are, well, they just set a theme, right? Just like, let's say here we've got, again, some bases that they set a really strong theme for the miniature instead of just a plain old whatever, right? And just regular old tufts of grass. That base can really make a difference. I mean, here even on our chariots there, right, with the Egyptian hieroglyphs on the floor. Well, even here, we've got some 3D printed crystals for this Howling Banshee, so that was very fun. So whether it's sci-fi, fantasy, whatever, just doing a little extra something something on the bases there can just make a huge difference. So paint hand. Oh, I wish I had a little chunk of my. Oh, do I have a piece here? Oh, I thought I had a piece of my bulletin board cork. So it's mostly bulletin board cork, also Sculpey clay. So that's actually bulletin board cork and 3D printed bits. Oh, you can see more icicles right there. Bases like this. Combination of bulletin board cork, and then that's a Sculpey clay. So that is that's a texture roller rolling that. We also have, let's see if we can, I think this one will show it a little bit better maybe right here. So you can see that dwarf roller. So again, this is one of our Moria armies right here, and that's the same thing from Green Stuff World, a texture roller giving you that fabulous theme to your base with no problem whatever. Let's see, we've got another one here. All right, so we've got some runes there. That's another one of our texture rollers. Let me see if we can get maybe some more light on his skin here. Yeah, let's just try to a little bit more light on the skin here real quick. So again, using regular artist oils. And 2 hours 54 minutes ago, these 4 miniatures, that's what they looked like. They had no paint on them, nothing whatsoever. So Hearthfire, a lot of these miniatures, the terrain, it's a kind of an overall project, because we want to create every single environment of Middle Earth, which will eventually be live streamed in games of MESBG here on the Twitch channel. What I will be doing is some of the ones that we don't need for, say, instructional purposes really anymore, because we might have doubles, triples, or quadruples of them. Those will probably be selling off some of those on when I can get my website going. Some of it might be some of the Tomb King stuff that, again, we're doing it either as lessons, part of a video, or something like that. Also, too, well, we also paint things like busts on the channel and in my tutorial videos. So eventually, yeah, we'll be selling off some of the ones again that I sometimes have used, say, as a bit of a teaching guide. I mean, here I think we have at least 5 or 6 different Galadriels, so maybe this one's from RN Studios, again with 3D printed basing bits, so something like that might be one of those things that kind of goes up on offer, or some of our large scale stuff that we've painted. Again, things that maybe I don't need as a, well, here, this is what we're talking about with this concept or whatever. And folks can always contact me just probably either through Instagram or Facebook or whatever. And you can say, well, hey, is that one maybe available? Something like that. That's fine. I could put some eyes on him too. Now we'll throw a little something in the here. Let's get some of this brown going here on his hair. Just a little something lighter for right now. He does not have himself a beard, so let's get his sleeves a little lighter, shall we? Let's do that. Again, Paint Hand, everybody please give Paint Hand Dan a follow. Do that for sure. And of course, Paint Hand, I know you just finished your stream, so unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth, you might have to show maybe some work in progress, other things that you've been working on, maybe a Discord or Instagram link. And again, happy belated Thanksgiving to everybody. Again, thanks for coming in with the raid. Typically, we are streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. And now that we are kind of in the holiday season, our Thursday streams will probably be dedicated to some kind of ornaments. Whether they are space themed or Middle Earth themed. Ooh, how about we get some, I'm gonna snag some of you. Except with that green here, our veggie tables, they need some lighter colors too. There we are. Hey there, Thranuel, how you doing? Happy Saturday there, Thranuel. One more batch of light there. Okay, so there we go. There's my light again. Too much paint on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Too much paint on that brush. There we are. So it's manual. We're finally having ourselves some cooler temperature, which has been fantastic because that means that my that little area that I set up where I'm printing by the heat vents and everything, that is nice and toasty. It's about 72 degrees today. Well, that's fabulous. Hearthfire. Actually, Hearthfire. If you wanted to share some of the model cars there. Now we haven't well, I've done some Gaslands cars, but of course we've also done ourselves some historical vehicles too, in addition to the 1/1800 scale ships. Where's our? There he is. Yeah, we've done a few different historical vehicles here, all done with the oil paints, of course. So paint hand, the palette is just a very simple piece of parchment paper here. It's a good quality parchment paper, and it's I just clip it to a piece of cardboard, and when I'm done with it, like, well, pretty much tomorrow, I'm gonna be taking that and just gonna roll it up and toss that in the garbage. Oh, that's no problem, Hearthfire. Thank you so much, Jinx. Great to see you. Great to see you. So here is all things Skellies. Well, if it's going to be all things Skellies, then we should be greeting them with Skellies. Skellies for Skellies. How you doing there? Oh, nice to see you there, Hixie. Everybody, please give Jinxed Art a follow if you could. Well, there we go. That's where that thing goes. So, Jinxed, how the heck are you doing? Happy Thanksgiving. We are painting ourselves some Hobbitses here. This is just 3 of the Hobbits that we started painting 3 hours ago here. That's just one of 3. Here, let's get back to her so we can do some more stuff on this. So paint hand, one of the things that's really handy to do color charts like this, because it doesn't just reveal how things, the color looks, but you can see here, see how this one is almost overpowering the white, and here it's kind of almost the opposite. This is kind of a matte color. This is kind of on the shiny side. This, you can see we had to kind of scrub the paint there. You see this very flows very smoothly. So do those color charts. That is very, very handy to do. Hey there, Polly. How you doing? So these are 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. Even the bases are. Now our previous Hobbits, like Bilbo Bananigans, Bilbo Stabbins, now those are from Empire Games. And of course, we've got some Hobbit Holes for them to hang out. We've been painting these on stream. This is just 2 of them. That is one. That's actually where Bilbo Bananigans lives. And then this is where the Lumberjack lives. Again, that's just 2 of them. We got 4 other ones that we painted. And of course, again, lately we have been painting our 1/1800 scale ships too. Oh, thanks, Paulie. Appreciate that. And oh, this is also again from the Printing Goes Ever On. Now the tree and the eggs, that is from Asgard Rising. But yeah, we've done a bunch of those on stream. And of course, here's a couple of other figures also 3D printed. We've got Gandalf on Shadowfax and Arwen there. So Jinx, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. If you want to do that. So paint hand, you can add the Alkyd medium. However, I really prefer to just get the straight up paints. So the fast matte colors that has Alkyds in them. Well, and there you go. You can see Alkyds in there. So that's usually the best way. So Hearthfire, I don't have the ability to do the 3D sculpting or the digital sculpting yet. We did make ourselves. We went into AI and we created a couple of Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. And these were sculpted for us, and we turned those into STL files. We will be doing more of those because we have more characters like, wait a minute, that's not it. Here we go. There's Sauron as a gummy bear. There's Gumdolph and Gumli. And there's a Tree Gum and Legolas. So those, if I had the ability to sculpt digitally, we would certainly be doing those because very, very fun. And of course, again, all of the 3D printed basing bits are just such a huge. I mean, here again, we've got some more of those, which really does set a strong theme for a miniature. Now, oh, here's another. Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can grab this here. Now, this. Remember, we were talking about bulletin board cork? So that's that same bulletin board cork. You see all this? Those are 3D printing supports. I saved those. They look a little bit like rebar, don't they? They look an awful lot like rebar, and that bulletin board cork looks an awful lot like broken up concrete, doesn't it? So that's the same bulletin board cork that we've used on, well, here. Literally, both of these guys are on bulletin board cork, but different basing bits, like here for Bilbo Stabbins, than we put on this little orky right here. So yeah, you have you might end up with one or two of those supports, right? After you've done some printing, so why not use them? Yeah, poly, and again, it's such fantastic stuff. Well, here's another example again, 3D printed basing bit, and again, that's more of the same bulletin board cork there. We have another example over here, bulletin board cork. That's a Sculpey sheet with some texture on it there. Where's our Aragorn? There he is. So this is a piece of Sculpey right here, and again, that's another 3D printed bit there. Also, I think this is from RN Studio. Yeah, that one is from RN Studio too. And again, thank you so much for the raid there. Appreciate that, Jinx. And again, everybody please give Jinx a follow. Now, Jinx, oh gosh, I didn't get to see what you were painting on stream tonight. I wasn't sure if it was the same thing that you were painting last Friday. Thanks, Paint Hat. Now, of course, let's see, on our Witch King here, we took Sculpey. Those are actually Sculpey blocks. So I took those, I cut out each one individually, and then we kind of put some weathering on those, broke those up, and that's for the Witch King. Now here for our Dunlendings, we actually took little pieces of like coffee stirs, and we took the same stuff I used for icicles and for water effects and sculpted flames. And you can see that same Moria style basing there for all of our little gobos. Also too, we do make terrain on stream, and then we paint that terrain on stream. Let me see. We of course. Oh, there's some of our Song of Ice and Fire stuff. Again, more. That's bullet. That's a tree bark right there. And I think that's yeah. That's some more Sculpey basing right there. Oh, here we go. That's the one I'm looking for. So again, there's that same type of concept there for the basing. Right, using the that in that case Sculpey and those leftover supports. We're painting some more on the Black Cat model. So again, Jinx, if you want to share that in the chat, if you got any Insta links, Discord links, whatever, please go ahead and share that with the folks in the chat. That would be fabulous. Again, it's great to see you there, Jinx. So Hearthfire painting miniatures. Ooh, let's see. I think it was 2001. Yep, 2001 started painting the miniatures, but did 2D art for many years prior to that. So yeah, we've been painting the 2D art for a while, and we sometimes paint these on stream. We do have some examples of our going way back to our old 2D art stuff here when we used to do that all the time. Well, we really have to scroll a long way to find these. So that's actually watercolors on hot press watercolor board. Same thing here. Again, hot press watercolor board and watercolors. These are some pastels right here. And now actually, that's an acrylic painting. We painted this again in oils on stream. Now that's actually an oil painting I did when I was 13. We'll have to try that one again, just knowing what we know now. And again, here's some more watercolors on hot press watercolor board. So yeah, the art stuff goes back a little ways. We've been doing this for a wee while here. So let me get back to my scene here. Hearthfire, that is still my all-time favorite show. I actually have paintings that I did, which were signed by Mira Furlan, uh, by Peter Jurasik. I think I have at least 4 different Babylon 5 paintings that were signed by people in the show. And those obviously, well, especially now that a whole bunch of them aren't with us anymore, those are very prized possessions for sure. Absolutely loved that show. That was super fabulous. Of course, I did several paintings at Jakar, as you saw. Let's do some more of this here, down here. Oh, one of my favorite paintings was Mimbari in Black, where you had Delin and Lanier in black with sunglasses, and there was like a shadow ship behind them. Yeah, that was Mimbari in Black. There was also almost like a semi-cartoon type painting that I did, which showed the human influence on Minbar. There was a golden arches, and it said McFlarns. And needless to say, the religious and military caste weren't quite as pleased about that as Sheridan was. Yeah, they weren't super happy. They were kind of expressing their displeasure over that. Let's see, yeah. Sinclair has a crown on his head, a paper crown, and he's got a meal of joy box in his hand. And Delin is just kind of shrugging her shoulders. Yeah, with a very, very upset. I think even the worker cast. Well, the worker cast wasn't too bummed about it, but yeah, the religious cast and the military cast, they were not happy at all about that particular development. So yeah, to get a little bit more of the light there on the base to bring that out here. Let me get this. You don't need a shillelagh to be quite that light. Let's take some of that away. More of our light on his jacket here. So again, we got the mayor of Shire Town here. That is well, what would you say, a sister city to Hobbiton. We have some different folks living there again, like Bilbo Bananigans, Bilbo Stabbins. We also have Gallagher. Once per game, he smashes the pumpkin. And everything, friend or foe, within 3 inches is immobilized because, well, they got pumpkin guts in their eyes. We have Half Pint, who is he's fearless because, well, shall we say he's too refreshed to really have concerns about scary things. Yes, he's been maybe refreshed too many times. I think we got that shirt as light as we want it. Now let me see if we can. Oh, I'll take the Perline Black. Let's get some of that on his. Whoops, okay. We can go a little darker than that then. Get some of the brown in there too. There we go, that's better. So again, everybody, please give Jinxed Art a follow if you could. That'd be fantastic. And again, Jinxed, if you want to post the cat in the chat, please go ahead. We will be painting some cats on stream. Lord of the Rings themed cats, much like those Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears we were showing you a little bit ago. There we go. More of our lighter, kind of neutral, cooler green up here with the shadows still have the brown in there. Even on our little tiny hobbits, we want to try to have some, as we like to call them, color surprises. Make him a little bit lighter there on his shoulder. His collar maybe a little lighter too. Okay, so there's his little vest. Now we need a warmer green to go in here. Might lighten that up a little more, I guess. Let me see what happens if we just add some of this. Come on, a little more of that. Hey there, Crusader. Nice to see ya. So how you doing there, Crypt Shadow? Yeah, Crypt Shadow. Well, the sad thing is, almost everything that I've been painting for the last year and a half has been wiped out of the game. That and yeah, include like an entire army's gone. So that's why when it comes to playing the game here, it's mostly going to be kind of more my own homebrew kind of thing. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Now we have been seeing the leaks for the army composition, and I talked about this in the lead up to the new release. I said that we're probably going to get rid of the alliance matrix, and it's going to be more of a legendary legion style for army
Hello,
building.
little hobbits. Spark my guns.
And it's pretty much played out that way. Thank you so much, Crusader. Appreciate that. Thank you for that follow. Well, one can never have too many Gandalfs. Here's another one of our new ones. And he's like, yeah, I can stop that fool of a Took from taking your crops. He's like, well, actually the dogs took care of that. He's like, you might want to look out because I think they're coming for you too. He's like, wait, what? Thank you so much for that follow. We've had two of these in a row. Two Gandalf sixes. Oh, that was close. That was very close. That was a 5. Oh, thanks, Crusader. Appreciate that. And again, now I wish I had the pictures that had all the grass. So imagine this thing with all the grass added on the roof. Even here on our lumberjack thing, there's actually little pieces, little shards of wood around where his axe is and his cutting station over there. And again, we will on Monday we'll be painting some more of our 1/1800 scale ships. Yeah, Hearthfire. Oh, that's right. I have to. Well, I think I have some dog files that are going to work really well for Farmer Maggot's dogs. Oh, and speaking of Middle Earth, there's Middle Earth. In fact, right there, that's where the Shire is, because that's the Brandywine River. You've got the River Anduin, Bay of Belfalas. Oh, look, there's Mordor. There's Minas Morgul over there. Barad-dûr is right there. Plain of Golgoroth, Sea of Ruin, Fangorn Forest, Lothlorien, Mirkwood, Misty Mountains up there. Yeah, we do a little bit of Lord of the Rings stuff here. Well, we kind of do a little bit of everything here. Little bit of everything. And again, we will be doing maybe more of these Hobbits is tomorrow, or another Hobbit hole tomorrow. One of those two. Then we're gonna get into here we go, some first stage stuff because I have a whole bunch of Last Alliance elves. All I need to do is just get them on their. That's just tree bark right there. That's all it is a piece of tree bark. And here's Elrond John rocking the lava there on the plains of Golgoroth. So we'll be painting up some of those. Don't be surprised. I think if next Friday/Saturday you see some of those being painted on stream. That's what I knew. There was something I want to do on his feet is there. And here again, it was only 3 hours 21 minutes ago that all of them were just like this. Right, and we're actually working on 4 of these here. Working on 4 little hobbitses. Get him with some of that green on his skin. So we got some of this here. We'll mix it with some of the regular skin. There we go. Now he's got a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow there now. So there's your farmer maggot. A little bit of again 5 o'clock shadow going on. Here we like to call it the silly Marillion. That's what we referred to it here. That's our version of Lord of the Rings, where we have entire armies based on some of our version of the story. Much like our Galadrim army, which is based on Dark Queen Shmaladri, who actually takes the one true ring. And, well, Lothlorien, since she's not using her ring anymore, gets kind of frosty. And again, this is also 3D printed here. That's from Dandelions in Middle Earth. Painted all that on stream. I have tutorial videos on how that color scheme was developed. Actually used AI image generator because I wasn't sure if that was going to work. I said, okay, show me Galadrim figures on winter bases with white cloaks and teal cloaks and white armor. And what it showed me said, ooh, that is definitely going to work. So I went ahead and that worked out. I think we got 30 miniatures now painted for that army. And again, if you're unsure about a color scheme and you don't want to sit there and paint a whole bunch of miniatures and say, that really wasn't what I was looking for, just go into AI, do a couple of quick little searches, and if anything, you can see like, okay, that idea, maybe that's not quite as good as what I thought it was going to be. Or it could be good enough that you say, not only do I like that color scheme, but I'm going to use that as a reference. And now, instead of guessing what your army is going to look like, now you just have to follow these, ready-made images. Thank you so much, Hearthfire. Appreciate that. Yeah, Hearthfire generally, again, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. Those are the usual stream days. Some of the times are a little bit earlier than others. I'm hoping to eventually do earlier Saturday streams again so that we can paint, instead of maybe just 4 little hobbitses, maybe we do a dozen like we did with our Moria goblins and such. So thanks again we appreciate all the follows. Appreciate those very much. Now it's getting us closer to 9,100. We just need one more, I guess. One more for 9,100. That snuck up fast. So we again appreciate all the follows. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses because, well, all of his little hobbitses have pipe weed. He might have an addiction. Multiple interventions have been tried on stream for Gandalf, but none of it's ever really taken. Are we doing? Yeah, we're doing that. Here, let me get to my much lighter green here. There we go. Again, with since we're using the oil paints, all of that is mixing on its own. I don't have to make a whole bunch of, again, layer by layer by layer. I just kind of plop that on there. We take a brush like this, a little tap, 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 and now that's been spread out, and we have some nifty little shading without all the need to do a whole bunch of layers. So we like to say hashtag no layers. Lighten up the screen over here a little bit too. His knee, this leg here. A little more. Now the fingers and on his face too. I need to get that a little bit lighter. Skin tone, lighter. We'll see you later, Jinxed. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Jinxed Art a follow if you could. Now, Jinx, you don't have any art shows coming up in the coming months, do you? I just remember that one time where you were working really, really, really hard trying to get a collection of works ready for an art show. And again, everybody, please give Jinx a follow. A little bit more of that light on his face here, his nose, upper lip. Come on, there we go. A bit more on his chin. Get this side of his face. His cheek there, his ear. Now I know that, well, you have enough stuff going on between everything else, right? Right, Jinx? Plenty of things to be working on all at the same time, I'm sure. See you later. See if I can get me a little bit of there we go. We need a little bit of reflected light on that side of his face. You know what? I'm gonna get me a little bit of light on his rake here. Little something there. You can see how many times we've changed the paint on the brush, which is practically zero. Yeah, that is the nifty thing about the oils. You can quite literally do wet blending with essentially a dry brush kind of brush stroke because paint's wet, right? It's going to mix together. Regular artist oils right out of the tubes. Nothing fancy. Well, some of our Williamsburg paints are, I guess you could say. Some of the differences with the oils, of course, your lighter colors, well, those are going to be very opaque. Your darker colors, less so. And certain dark colors, there's almost no opacity to them. And that can be a little bit of an adjustment for folks using the oils for the first time. Because they're used to, I'm just going to cover this with dark brown or black or something like that. And it'll just be all covered in one go. It's not quite the same with the oils. So when we're doing our, let's say, our object source lighting, right, like we have on our sneaky snake here, it's the lighter colors that are opaque. So, like the lightest colors in the fire, those were just that was a pin line wash. That was probably about 95% thinner, and yet that covered even more so than say the darker blue was going to because it is opaque. You can check out some of the finished images of things on the Instagrams there. That's where kind of the repository of images of finished miniatures. Also on the YouTube channel, sometimes we'll have shortened versions of our sessions here. I'll actually be doing one, I think this is Kaga, but I'll be doing one of those kind of in a shortened version on Akagi that we painted on stream last, maybe 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Gotta do something. Let's get some stuff on his eyes here real quick, like while we're still thinking about it here. So I have him looking this way. There we go. He's looking at. He is not happy. He is not a happy camper about something. That's for sure. He must be seeing some tricksy hobbits getting up to hijinks or whatever. See if I can get him his upper lip there. So he does have some sideburns. Okay, I thought he did. A little sideburn for him. Darken this up a little. Yeah, I might double down with some of the green right here for him. But now we got to get him some lighter here. Cool. Let me just take this brown. Got some of our yellow here. There. Let's just start making some of this a little bit lighter here. So this is 3D printed from the Printing Goes Ever On. And this is one of those armies where he did something called the customizer, which is essentially a body and then a whole bunch of different heads and arms and weapons and all kinds of stuff. So that makes it very, well, as the word might indicate, customizable. So if you want a guy with running around with an umbrella or something like that, or in this, now this is a different company, but here, Bilbo Bananakins. Again, his rule is he chucks that banana if whatever it hits is immediately knocked prone. Doesn't injure him. Well, I guess it can if you fall hard enough. But yeah, if you're somebody's riding a horse or something like that, and the horse happens to slip on that banana peel, well, horse and rider are going down. Tricksy hobbitses. We also have to start painting up again some of the farm animals that'll go into those hobbit holes that we painted on stream. Not sure how much lighter I want to make that. I don't think we want to go too light with that. Might even use some of that on his rake. A little bit on his sideburns there. Now let me see if I can give him, let's take that skin tone again. Can't be quite that light though. Let me try this. Hey there, Pieces, how you doing? Happy Saturday. Since, there we go. That's what we needed right there. So great to see their pieces. Yes, we're painting up some hobbits now to go along with those hobbit holes. Again, who knows? We might be, maybe we might paint some of the, the one from Printing Goes Ever On tomorrow. Again, depends what I can get ready to go. Of course, we also have more little hobbitses that we can paint. A little bit more of that light on his chin, and then down here, is that I'm going to just make that a little red work kerchief there or something. We're going to change that up a little bit. Something like that. Now we'll set him aside because this lad over here, he needs some stuffs on him. And oh, look at this. We can just use this on his pants. Again, don't blink. It's going to happen real quick here. Some of that white into this. So pieces, I hope that you're doing very well. And I hope that your Saturday is off to a fantastic start. Alright, we did that. Now I think for his hat, let's just make that more of a dark brown there. Then we gotta do some stuff on his shrooms here. Yeah, don't mess with his shrooms. Let's get that. Now let's do some skin tones first. Then we'll get to the sleeves. So let's do this first here, real quick, like. Down here by his feet. On his face. So again, you can kind of see the progression there. So that's, oh wait, where's our primer one there? There it is. So we did some lighter dry brushy stuff on him from that initial darker primer. Then we did a few little dark glazes. We did the same thing on him, and then we started to add in some of our lighter tones. And that is the same way we did our other hobbitses here too. Hey there, Scrap Metal Dragon. Nice to see ya. Happy Saturday. And I hope that you're doing very well. So Scrap Metal Dragon, we would obviously Thanksgiving here. Tasty chow and such. Also got started with the Christmas cookies. And yes, more Christmas cookies will be had this year for Christmas. Let me lighten this up a bit more here too. Let's go even lighter now on that skin tone. There. Always still have the blending brush. I'm glad you're doing well there, Scrap Metal. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to get all that stuff put together. And we're going to do some darker browns on his hat as well, I think. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Now let's get some lighter stuff on his sleeves here. I guess we'll have to maybe get some more of our fast matte white out on the palette. Let me actually mix a little bit of our blue in with that. That's the radiant blue. And we need to get some light down there in his shirt. Taking that blending brush again. Get his shirt lighter here too. You know, I'm just going to hit the buttons. We'll come back and get those here again. We're just going to take our blending brush to it. Hashtag no layers. That happened quick. That happened very quickly. Now, well, good luck with the rest of that pile there. Scrap metal. That might take a little bit longer. Now here we're going to take this blending brush again, and we're just going to smush that there. So it was only a few minutes ago that this guy had basically no paint on him whatsoever. See how we're able to very quickly develop some shading there. Does not take very long. Well, like we say, don't blink. If you blink, you'll probably miss something. See if I can get this little band here on his hat. There we go. Hey there, Neshlant. Nice to see ya. Happy Saturday as well. Alright, just gonna get some more lighter stuff on those shrooms. Oh, we need some more lighter stuff on his vest there too. Yeah, just letting that mix. Now we're going to get some more of our fast matte white out here. Like this. Well, scrap metal, that should be very fun too. I actually have some Deathcore Krieg stuff. I mean, some of the old style. The Deathcore Krieg, the Cav. The old Forge World stuff. I have some of those around here somewhere. Okay, I'm going to lighten up his shirt here. Like that. Shoulder. And that is mixing with all the color that we already have there. Back to the skin tone here. Crypt Shadow, that's one of the other things about MESBG that's going to be, well, a lot of the stuff that's eliminated was Forge World stuff, so obviously pricey. But there's a whole bunch of new stuff that's, of course, also going to be Forge World. And that is super pricey. I mean, for me, it's really not an issue. Since even the Karn Doom stuff, no sooner did the few very expensive Forge World Karn Doom figures arrived here than Diwali and Kurzlik both did STL files of Karn Doom, so which were actually way nicer than the GW ones. And I have a feeling that people aren't really sold on that Hera figure. My guess is that Diwali is going to do a much nicer version of that. Just like, well, again, the Diwali Galadriel is much nicer than the Galadriel there. Even the Arena Studios Galadriel was better than the GW one, and of course, Diwali did a really fun Saruman. They're having some fun with one of his little Rohan buddies, of course. Crypt Shadow, yeah, the great beast of Golgoroth that we sculpted from scratch. Actually, I have two more of him, three more actually, because Kurzlook and Printing Goes Ever On did one. Oh, do we have our Watcher in the Water? Oh, geez, I forgot all about this one here. This is another thing we did in October. So there's the Watcher in the Water, one of his little dwarf buddies right there. Yeah, Scrap Metal Dragon. My back in the day, my Tomb Kings and my Easterlings were mostly failcast. So we learned all about failcast years ago, and they really put the fail in failcast. They were very successful at that. Here, let me get this brim much darker here. That's better. Let's darken that down under here and now under there. Let's see what we can do for his eyes here. So here, our great beast of Golgoroth, he was eliminated. All of our Barad-dûr stuff eliminated. Which again, I kind of mentioned, I said, well, this is long before it ever was announced. I said, yeah, wouldn't be surprised if New Line Cinema said get rid of this, and this. Although there's a lot of stuff that doesn't quite make sense. Like, why did they tell him it was okay to keep this, but not these things? So there was a little bit of shenanigans there. Huge surprise, I know. I'm just going to give it there. We got a little bit of a glaze over the top of that. There. Let's get the asphaltum here. Little bit of that mixed with it, almost like a rusty type color there. Get that on some of these shrooms here. And now maybe some of our yellow. Onto these shrooms. It's almost, we threw that little bit of a pin line wash on there. That kind of gave us a little something to really mix with here for our shrooms. You can see they're starting to change up a little bit here. Leaky Spigot actually, maybe that should be the mayor, Leaky Spigot, Bilbo Shenanigans, because maybe he pulls off some electioneering shenanigans to win, because like he says, vote early and vote often. So I think that's, yeah, Leaky Spigot, that's going to have to be the mayor's name, Bilbo Shenanigans. I mean, it is, you would think it would be a problem in a town where every single person is named Bilbo. See, but that's what separates Shire Town from, say, Hobbiton, is that everybody in Hobbiton is named Bilbo. But absolutely nobody is confused for whatever reason. Here, let me get some of our even lighter yellow here onto these shrooms. Those changed very quickly. We're also going to get some, I think, some glazy stuff going on here in some of the shadow areas underneath our shrooms. There we are. We'll use this brush, some of our Van Dyke Brown. What the heck? I'm just going to take my dropper bottle there. I get a little bit of thinner into that straight away. And blast away at this real quick like here. And we're going to be adding a whole bunch of the same kind of texture stuff, ground cover, flock, that we did on our Hobbit Holes. That's why we didn't really bother doing a lot of elaborate painting on certain parts, because we knew we were just going to be covering that up with flock and foliage. Maybe on the ends of that, yeah, a little bit darker there. Let's hit the... let some of that maybe get into the hair as well. So again, this thing had basically no paint on it at all. About 20 minutes ago, it's pretty much looking like that. Like we say here all the time, don't blink. If you do, you're probably going to be missing something. And I hit that too, his little hammer right there. You know what, his belt probably should just be darker there, like we did over here. Buttons. Almost forgot the buttons there. I'm going to grab some of my darker red here. Couple little glazy things there too. And then we'll set that aside so that that can have a chance to set, kind of like bread in a proving drawer. So we'll set you off to the side. Let me see. Now we'll see what I know. There's a lot of people that kind of just instantly thought that all of these armies were going to be getting new plastic miniatures. That, well, we'll see, and I'm not even sure that we're going to bother getting those, since, again, we got the 3D printable versions of them. Andrews, I'll have to send you some pictures of this. Actually, let's check Bambi Cam here. It's got to be about maybe 70-ish% done with that. Let me see here. It's these are basically the top 2 floors. Well, okay, it's 52%, but that's the top 2 floors. We printed I think it was 14 hours to print the bottom section there yesterday. Let me see if I can't try to get a little something lighter on that bottom lip there. Let me get a bit of this red in there. It's a very small target. Okay, I just got a little bit of, that's all I needed. Just a little bit of light there. Now the fingers on her hand here, we need to get some of those separated a little bit more, which might mean this. Now the other thing I did bring up, okay, you've got the upcoming War of the Rohirrim movie. That's great. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see it. But that is anime, and the Hunt for Gollum movies are live action, so I'm not sure. You know, you have one miniature line, but now you're trying to do miniatures based off of anime. which is kind of leading people to say that the new Lord of the Rings miniatures look more like, say, AOS or something like that, rather than Lord of the Rings. And then you start doing stuff like, well, a live action movie. Now those sculpts are going to change very much in character. So I'm not sure how that's going to jive there, one with the other. And that is, of course, assuming that the movies are going to do well. Because we saw what happened with MESBG when the movies don't do well. I do think a couple of folks have kind of acknowledged that they're going to take sort of a wait and see approach. Yep, Landras, that's what I was saying earlier. Like the those Karn Doom miniatures, right? That was, I don't know if that was the last release by Diwali or next to the last release from Diwali. And their Karn Doom, not only were they better than the Forge World ones, obviously way less expensive, but there was more options. So that's why I'm pretty much not going to be doing a whole lot with the new stuff since, well, we might have one or two files at our disposal, right, Landrast? Yeah, Scrap Metal Dragon, who knows? It could go that way. I don't think it's going to go quite to that extreme, but it always could, right? And if it does, well, this new version might not be terribly popular. Now we're starting to see some nice division here between the apron, the dress. Maybe darken this up a touch more up here. Hey there, Foo, how you doing? Let me darken this down a little more there. Okay, good. Now let's move on. Let's get back to this guy here, because this area right here that was super shiny, as you can see, it's not shiny anymore. So that is, as we like to say, that's how you can tell the paint has had a chance to set. And again, think of it like you see either bread or in the proving drawer, or let's say you're going to do some pottery or whatever, and you've got your pot that you just made with the clay. You're not going to shove that in the kiln right away, because otherwise it's going to go boom, and then you'll be sad. So we don't want sad. We want happy. Get some of that red into here. Hopefully that's not going to be too pinkish. Does kind of neutralize that a little bit too. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? Everybody, please get Pascal rules to follow. And of course, Pascal, if you want to share your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. So Pascal does some really fabulous miniatures and busts and other such things. So if you want to share that, please go ahead. 1 second. There we go. That's okay, Pascal, because maybe some folks haven't seen any of this stuff, so it'll all be new to them. So if you want to just go ahead and share that, I'm sure for some folks it'll be all brand new. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just posted. Again, please give Pascal a follow, because Pascal also does the streaming too. More of our light right there we go. Nose paint here, it's a little bit more down there. maybe a touch more of it up here. I'll have to give him his eyes again. So, everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just posted. See if we can get a little bit more of our lighter yellowish color here on these shrooms. Where's that yellow? Here it is. Ah, no, maybe Indian yellow. That's it. That and some Indian yellow. Oh yeah, it's like Leaky Spigot says, the Instagram link might be missing a letter because it's Instagram instead of Instagram. That might take you to a different place. I don't know what Instagram is. Maybe that's the much darker version of Instagram because it's a grim dark version of Instagram. Again, hitting some of these shrooms here with this liner. So now it will take me that Indian yellow. This is a case of a rare case of a color like, say, yellow being super, super, super translucent. That's what we're going to do here because I want to do some glazy stuff on these shrooms right there. Look at that. So again, that is very translucent. But here's the other thing is that glaze can be made to mix with what's already there. So there we go. We have a full-on Instagram, not Instagram. Doing the same thing over here. Bit more there. So Scrap Metal Dragons has described what Instagram is like. The Instagram is a much rougher version of Instagram for sure. Ooh, we need some green over here. Speaking of green, we got these leaves down over here. We'll just get that with our dark green for now. Let that set there for a bit. Where's my Van Dyke problem? Get some of that here. Thanks, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, our latest video is up there, and one of the things it showed was how we make basically a fountain like this, and we're finally starting to get this stuff. As you can see, as it cures, it gets less and less cloudy there. And we use that same material to do the snow and icicles on our birdie here, which also is from the Printing Goes Around. We painted that up on stream. The base and the tree and everything, that is from Asgard Rising. See you later in a bit there. Pascal, thanks again for hanging out. Appreciate that. Does he have a mustache? I'm gonna say that he does. Darken down that hair over here. Now let's try to lighten up his hat a little bit. We'll take this. Maybe some of the yellow there. Now we'll try to add some of our light to it. A little lighter now. Up there. Now, Denethor says there's another one that's Instagram that is it's more of a dwarven realm. Speaking of which, I can't wait to get some more of my dwarves, Moria-style dwarves, ready to go so that we can do some more object source lighting. Paint those guys up on stream. So now his little axe, his little hammer there's got some lighter stuff going on. Get a little bit more of his skin tone right there. Gonna try and get some of that almost kind of grayish green going. Now let's see if we can get some lighter skin tone back on him again here. And that's an awful lot of thinner that just worked its way into that paint. Hopefully it's going to be not too thin. Oh, and Denethor, if you wanted to share your sculpting stuff again, it's been quite a while since you shared it the first time. So yeah, if you want to share that again, please go ahead. And Denethor, we're just hoping that the streaming stuff goes very well for you. I'm sure that it will. Give him an upper lip there. I think now we can go a little lighter on his skin tone. Maybe let's see what happens with some of this, some of that. It's also got to be a little bit thicker because what we put on there was relatively thin. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. This is the way when it comes to oils. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Denethor posted. Again, some fabulous sculpting in there too. He's trying to lighten up his fingers there on his hand. Can't just have only that dark brown on the buttons. There's also a belt buckle there. See if we can lighten the skin on his ear and on his neck. Maybe we'll even try to lighten up the skin on his face there. Also, we gotta get the brim of his hat. Maybe we can go even lighter on his shirt here. Let me see if we can do that. Well, now it's got a little bit of the green in there, which is okay. A little teensy bit of the green worked its way in there. Let's get that on his shirt down here. Maybe on the top of his little hammer there. And then on his shirt in here, which... Okay, I think it stops right over here. You know what, we'll maybe put a bit more of an edge on that belt. This belt buckle there. Lighten the side of his hat, maybe some more, well, the back of it too. And back here too, let that mix. Blending brush. You know what, we're going to try and get some of that lighter stuff, that lighter gray up here on top of that brim. Now we can get some of this lighter green on the foliage here. Our darker stuff is set just enough to where I can maybe start doing that here. Again, that was just a little initial quick glaze of the perlene black with a little bit of our Indian yellow mixed in there too. Hit that with some more of our lighter green. What about up here? Shoulders up there. That is literally the same green I was just using down there on the plant. Let me take the, let me take this as Fulton over here. Okay, maybe not that much thinner. Gotta jigger this belt here a little bit. Alright, now we're getting there. Go back to Farmer Maggot over here. Since we have the asphaltum ready to go, we're going to get some of that on the soil here now. Also a little bit of our Van Dyke Brown. Oh, there's that little, oh, those are carrots. It's like, what, that, I'm like, that's not hot glue. Because I didn't glue those on there. What the heck is that? Oh, that's supposed to be carrots. So we're going to be getting some of our orange into there, I guess. We can do that. Because we got Piro orange over here. I didn't get to see that. What was that? What was the black color? That was that Instagram vid there. From those same photos. So we got a little bit of orange on the carrots there. Hopefully I get a chance to see that after the stream. I still can't remember what the modern day Caput Mortem is. Right, I forget what color that is now. Well, Denethor, all of these bases are all 3D printed. So yeah, all the stuff that's on here, these are by the printing goes ever on. It's not like the ones, well, like here. Speaking of shrooms, these were 3D printed shrooms and then a piece of our bulletin board cork. So yeah, this was all done already, again, just from the print. So that wasn't added on, that's just part of the print. I'll see you later there, Leafy Spigot. Appreciate you being here. And of course, where's the mayor? There we go. So now we have a name for the mayor. That's Bilbo Shenanigans right there. Yeah. That's our tricksy mayor. Very tricksy, very false. Yeah, Denethor, I didn't even realize that he had done that until I looked in the customizer, trying to do all the different pieces and parts, and they had the terrain. I'm like, wait a minute, what's this? And it was bases. Now, I think there's maybe 10 different designs, but I thought, well, I can get these things based really, really quickly and all set and ready to go if I just use his instead of having to make new bases, because then I could just focus on making new bases for the elves, so that we can start painting up those guys. Again, testing out that Puro orange and the Hansa yellows and such from Iris Artist Oils. Now I think I will do again another test video here where we mix this stuff in. I'm still tempted to mix in marble dust to see if that actually causes things to dry a little bit faster. We never did do the back of his hand here. So again, Leafy Spigot, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Alright, so the carrots, now they have some color on them. See if I can do a little something more here with this mouth. I want to get something darker. There we go. That's more like what I wanted. And now I might also try to get something a little bit lighter in the hair. Let me see if this will work. She almost has a little bit of our green in it. Now that's mixed in together reasonably well. Yeah, it's almost a dry brush. It is mostly a dry brush there, but since the paint that's on there is definitely very wet, that dry brush just blends like I was doing some kind of wet into wet blending. I'm gonna try and lighten that up just a touch more here. See if we can do that on the top of his head here. Down here as well. What's going on with this up here? Here we are. Some of that down there. Off to the side. And speaking of Mayor Shenanigans here. So Denethor, that is the that artist, Iris Artist Oils that was featured in the latest Color Theory and Oils video. And that is it's a group of folks here in the U.S. and they're trying to basically make a homegrown batch of oil paints for miniature painters. Because, well, everybody else has pretty much failed in that endeavor. And they're going to try to make a go of it. But yeah, that's the latest video that went up on the Patreon page. Ooh, well, not the latest, but one of the latest vids that went up, I want to say about 4 days ago or so. They sent them to me and other folks. I think Punexpected got a batch of them too. Because, well, much like here, right, where we had so many folks who were trying out the oils and from all across the world, we were able to collect quite a few data points very quickly. And we could tell right away things that were going to work, things that weren't going to work. Now again, I mean, for me, it's almost a little bit like the MESBG stuff. Well, I already have plenty of folks that are doing sculpts. I don't need to replicate that, but for folks that maybe don't have the oils already, that could be something that maybe is a handy thing for them. Also, it does give me a chance to, let's say we are going to do one of those Zoom classes, whatever, where everybody wants to have the same things I do. That would be the one way. People say, okay, well, just get these colors from Iris Artist Oils, I will have the same ones, and we're all working with the same thing instead of, well, you know how it is. Some of us will have Williamsburg, some of us might have Schminke or another brand. Let me see. You know what? I might even darken this down a bit more here. Let me see if we can do that. Yeah, that's more of our Van Dyke brown there. On Mayor Shenanigans top hat. Maybe on his coat here, a couple more areas of dark. Maybe right there. That might almost be a hint. No, 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 I don't want to do that. Green, I'm going to do that. There we go. That's a bit more neutral. Up there to soften that gap. Maybe on those pants. Let me see if I can take this green here. Maybe more towards the pearline black. So that's not black. That's a very dark green. I think that might, yeah, that's the better way to go about that. I think maybe we need to get a little bit more of the lighter skin tone on his hand over here. These buttons, which way do we want to go with those? Hey, you know what, man, let's do this. Let's see if we can get some lighter yellow for those. I'm not sure that's going to work, but we're going to give it a shot. Because that's actually a button there. I don't want them to be entirely this light color, though. Maybe that bottom one a little bit more. The cuff there, not quite lined up. Now we got those little buttons on sleeve, and that was not where we want that position. So we'll take our dark here and just change that back again. And again, in 4.5 hours ago, right? All 4 of those miniatures, no paint on them. That's why I'm looking forward to getting back to some of our mega challenge Saturdays where I can be painting for 10 to 12 hours. Because it kind of it's a force multiplier. It's not okay if we're doing these 4 and 4.5 hours. Stands the reason that it would take 9 hours to do twice as many. Well, actually, again, it's kind of a force multiplier because the more you're doing at the same time, the faster everything's going to go. Which is why I think, was it 15? Yeah, we did that 12-hour stream and we got something like 15 goblins done with all the object source lighting and everything else. I'm going to try and get a little more separation here between his eyebrow and eyelid there. Definitely economies of scale, Landrast. That is exactly it. because you're able to maximize everything that you're doing, and you're not waiting as long for things like paint to set, because since you're working on multiple figs at once, well, much like we did here, we could set one aside so that we could grab another one and mess around with that, and then swing back around to the one we were working on. Okay, there's some of the green and the skin tones. It's just a nice way to kind of maximize your efficiency. And pretty much get the most out of every work session. It also kind of helps you to break away from a miniature and then come back to it and go, aha, well, but I was working on it before, I didn't really see that. You get those maybe 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, whatever, away from that particular fig, and you go, oh, yeah, you know what, maybe we should make a change here or there, whatever. Try and get some lighter stuff on his feet, the hair on his feet there. More on that part of his foot. Maybe a little bit of that in the, well, dirt slash mud, whatever, out here. And when we do our not black is black here on the edge, this stuff is going to get much lighter. Happens every single time. You know what, maybe I can get some lighter orange too on our carrots here, because those have had a chance to set a little bit. So I'm thinking we'll be able to get some light on these, sure enough. Let's do this here. Actually, Landrest was starting to think, because you got you printed out your storage thing there from the slurry. I'm starting to wonder if there's things like 3D printable, like monitor risers or stands or something like that. I wonder if there is something like that where you can do a little bit more customization of it. That just kind of popped into my head the other day. Not like a wall mount or something like that, because I don't think you're, well, unless you used was it ABS or something like that. I don't think the resin would be, or the filament would be strong enough to hold something like that. Now I want that to get too light, but I'm going to try and get his collar up here a bit lighter. Also his, right by the shoulder there. Oh, that's great, Landrast. What I would kind of like is something that obviously the monitor would just sit on top of it, but actually the thing that it's sitting on would have some kind of shelves, because I've tried to get monitor risers, and they're kind of sort of things sitting on the underside like of the riser, but it's like what, an inch and a half or something, and there's just one of them. And I also, instead of taking a stack of books or something, right, and raising the monitor that way, it'd be nice if I could just keep printing stuff, and then the monitor would just be as high as how many things that I printed and stuck underneath there. So yeah, that just again, like a monitor riser, something very simple. And most monitors, right, the stand for it is somewhere around 9 inches wide. I don't think they get much wider than 9 or maybe 10 inches on the high side. And then the drawer, almost a bit like actually what gave me the idea again was the stuff you were printing out from the slurry factory. I was saying, oh, it'd be kind of nifty if that shelving thing could actually have a monitor sitting on top of it. And that the monitors, well, it's not like they're the old days of the giant heavy screens. I think it should be able to at least withstand that kind of weight. Here, let me get some more light over here on well, his vest. No, and let me see. I'm going to try and get something lighter on this lower lip. Let me see if we can make that happen here. Hopefully that won't be too light. Nope, nope, that worked out pretty well. There we go. Didn't work out too badly. Here, let me see if I can get that also upper lip. Got to get some of the gray out of this though. That's some pretty light skin tone right there. But just something that's not designed the way that curio stuff was, where it's 10 million pieces with a bunch of screws and other weird parts. That was over-engineered in the extreme, it seems like. I mean, if I had a second printer, then it wouldn't be as big of a deal. I could just say, all right, here, printer number 2, just print all this stuff that I need for it. Wow, this other one prints the terrain that we need. Let me see if I can do something here with this umbrella. I might even use this. Let me see if I can use the radiant turquoise on this umbrella here. Still, I'm not killing all of the violet there. I just wanted to have something else a little bit besides just the violet. That seems to be working. Ooh, let me hit this 2 over here. I think if I hold... Oh, wait a minute. That's what we can do. We'll just turn it that way. There we go. Yeah, that umbrella was just a little bit too dark. I needed to lighten that up over. Now I can go even lighter, I think, with some more of the fast matte white into that. Like this. Not a skin tone there. Let's again have the kind of lighter blues almost here. Maybe this is a blending brush. Yep, something like that. Let's lighten up that down there. Yeah, that umbrella makes much more sense. And again, that was something we came back to, right? We were working on all of our other ones. We came back to this and said, maybe that's what we should do there. Because I was wondering all this time, what the heck should we do with that umbrella? So that change was a perfect one that worked out just fine. I think even on our bottle here, I might try to get a little bit more light on this, because again, it's kind of almost like a gemstone here, right? We need some reflected light down here. Let's see. Should I try and get some on the other side here too? Also some other lighter reflections too. Turn it around so I can get it this, there. Maybe get some of that. There we go. Okay. Some parts of that label were a little bit too thick there. Making a correction. Oh, let me do this now. Continue that up here. So again, that little bit of a lighter line. Now let's see if we can get some of that up here on the top of the bottle here. Again, to make it curve a little bit. And some of that turquoise color, that's going to go in the mid-tone slash shadows here. We got the violet in there. Now we're going to try and get some of that almost like a bluish type color here. Because that'll make it different from, say, the apron, I think. Again, that's just some of our radiant turquoise working its way into here, and then also too up on the sleeves. Touch more. That really, yeah, that makes a big difference. Now we have much more color variety there. Yeah, that was, again, it was this little tiny change, a little tiny addition there. That's all it took. Yeah, that worked out well. And I feel now like I got a little bit more of a color contrast going on from the skin. Didn't want the lightest lights to look too much like the skin. And you can see the kind of violet tint there to the apron. Now we'll try to lighten up a bit more up here on that umbrella. Down here too. I think that we did get the darks there. Now let me try this. And of course here we'll put some of that same heavy gloss gel there, which will make that lighter. I could even infuse a little bit of our brown into that too, I guess, to make it look like some kind of ale has spilled there. Nah, that doesn't. I'm gonna have to go back to more of a yellowish tint on that. Yeah, let's try this instead. Let's try that. Maybe something a little bit lighter too. Ah, there's some of our fast matte white. Come on, there we are. lighten this up right here. The here up there. I want to try and get a couple little bright highlights on that. Let me take this the white, some of this yellow here. And okay, I don't want it to match the hat too much color-wise. I'm just trying to get it to be lighter. Alright, take this over here. There we go. Alright. So these are dots here. I want to try and also take some of this onto them. And this is actually going to tone them down a little. At least the ones that are down here towards the bottom. I'm going to take a little bit more of our... And again, that's not a dark... But, there we go. So each one of these was pretty much the same level of brightness everywhere, even down in the things that you could say were folds. So that already helps. Like that one down there. Also this one. Spread that one out a little bit further. Maybe take some of the edges off of it. That one too. And again, maybe like this one. I see that one's relatively darker. They're going to darken that one down a little. Yeah, so all of a sudden now these dots are not quite so overpowering. Yeah. Same thing with the edge of that one. And that does actually soften a little bit. That one was a little too light. This one too. It's not like the dot's not there anymore. It is now just darker. Alright, Weirs. Here we go. More light on this. Now I'm going to do the green. We haven't really gotten his 5 o'clock shadow here. That might do it. Also too might try to get the eyes a little bit more pronounced here too. Let's do that now. We'll take what remains of our fast matte white here. Try to really lighten this up. No, Denethor had no idea what I was going to do on these until I picked them up and put them in my hand. I just basically started slapping paint on them, and I said, then some of them have changed too since I first started. Actually, originally this was going to be more of a gingham type pattern, more like a checkerboard stuff, like you would see on a tablecloth. But then I realized that's probably going to be better on this one because of the way the undulations are. Because you have to, with freehand, you always want to see how are things going to read. So yeah, that was one where we just made the executive decision and said we were going to change that. And these shrooms over here, I was actually thinking about doing the ones with the red polka dots on them, and then I was like, well, we already are doing red polka dots here. Let's maybe do something different. Now, yeah, Denethor, it's almost like with the 2D art, right? When we would draw out those grids, where we'd have we divide it into the 9 sections, and then we knew exactly, okay, so we want our center of interest here in one of these intersecting joints there, because we don't want it to be too high, too low. Definitely don't want it too much right dead center. Come on. Okay, there we go. Now he's got himself some eyes. Top of his ear there. I do want to try and get his pupils and such. Let's see if we can do that now. So Wassercat, let's see, we have polka dot shrooms right there on him. We're trying to do a little different shrooms on everybody here. So how you doing there, Wassercat? Nice to see you. Hey there, Spotty Shark. How you doing? Over here, let's do. So happy Saturday there, Wassercat and Spotty Shark. So Wassercat, it was a fantastic college football Friday, and we are going to be getting another fantastic college football Saturday today. So that is all things happy right there. Yes, indeed. And we're continuing to print our dwarven forge here. It's even got the rail cars and everything in it. Here's Bambi Cam right here. So we're what, 59%, almost 60% done. It's still got about 6 hours to go yet. But now it's printing the second floor and then the third floor. Then I'm going to have to print the roof and then the machinery that goes in there. However, I'm going to be printing the machinery on a resin printer, because while you could print it in FDM style, the supports that you'd have to drag out of there, aside from the fact that it get kind of mutilated a little bit, the supports would be all stuck in there. Yeah, it'd be impossible to get some of those out of there. So that's something I'll be doing after the stream, is making the build plate of that machinery. That would be, I think that is too large for printing on stream. However, the other dwarven buildings are basically about the size of our Hobbit Holes, so we'll be able to paint those. And of course, these are the ones we're talking about here, and we did 6 of these guys on the stream. That's just 2 of them. And of course, now they have all of their lovely flock and foliage. So they are ready to rock and roll. That has actually a little bit of a split in it there. And he's not actually meant to be standing on the stream. He just it kind of worked out that way, as I was trying to figure out which one went on which base. Again, for the rest of them, when we do the other more specialty type ones, we'll be making custom bases for them, like we did again for Bilbo Stabbins here and for Bilbo Bananigans. So Vostercat, I'm glad that things are going reasonably well. Hopefully you've had a chance to maybe get some painting of some things done too. No, I'm not going to do that. We'll leave that be. Try and separate the eye from the from the eyelid here just a little bit, or the eyelid from the eyebrow. There we go. Back to Bilbo, or by Farmer Maggot here. Let's do Farmer Maggot and his little crops. His wheeler. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of our lighter green down there too. And again, all that is going to get the same kind of, as you can see there, see the flocking foliage and ground cover, right? Instead of just all a bunch of rocks there. Now, well, Spotty is shark. When we first started out here, and all the miniatures were just, well, this dark ebony flesh primer, all we did was we started out just doing some mass dry brushing and glazing thing, and they looked very messy. But however, things must be messy before they can be neat. And of course, this time we did actually have burnt umber out there, so we did respect the umber. And of course, as we say all the time, contrast is more than just light versus dark. So let me take something like maybe, oh, let's do this guy and this guy here. So let's go this way. When we take away that color, I think we're going to see no difference between the red pants and the green pants, right? And no difference between the yellows on the shrooms. So it's not so much the value contrast, there's a lot of color contrast that's going on. Even here with the carrots. Now we're going to take that even further here with Arda, right? And again, there's your Shire right there, right by the Brandywine River. Let's bring back this color intensity here. Oh, all of a sudden, look at this. Blues, greens, tans, all kinds of different stuff, bluish grays that you did not see before. Even with our object source lighting, it's like we can almost turn that off. Same thing here with our Gandalf on Shadowfax. We got tans, purples, blues, all that good stuff. You can see there's some of the blue there, right, because of his staff. When we do this, well, there's still shading there, but nowhere near as interesting, right, because we do not have all those subtle color variations in those darker areas. And again, the Book of Wapple states, contrast is more than just light versus dark. Oh, actually, we not only have those stickers, but now we have ourselves the juggling flaming chainsaw stickers, and we even have the juggling flaming chainsaws keychain. Look at that, keychain. Yeah, Spotty, that was super fun. Believe it or not, I have another Gandalf on Shadowfax from the printingos that were on. Plus, I also have the old metal GW one, which we will get that on stream, not to worry. We will paint that on stream at some point. Thanks, Faster Cat. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Ooh, let's get that asphaltum here with some of our, like, ooh, that's gonna be good. We'll do this right here. Hit it again, a little lighter. At least hopefully it's gonna be lighter. Yeah, there it is, a little lighter. Maybe one more. Oh, that's not too light. There's too much paint on there, that's for sure. We're getting some of that paint off of that brush. There we go, that's better. Yeah, that's about as light as we can go there. Can't really do anything lighter. What is happening down here? A few little lights again. We are going to be adding all that flocking foliage there, so we don't want to get too involved with that. Let me see if I can lighten up the stuff on his fingers here. Stuff on the fingers. Right here. Also on his thumb. Maybe a bit more on his arm here. Denethor, sometimes I'll paint the flocking foliage, especially if there's any kind of source lighting. I wonder if we did that. Let me see. I think we can see it here. Yeah, I think I hit some of it with the bluish light. I know we've done it on some of the other things that has some object source lighting. I don't have any. Not that's handy. I don't have any that's handy. But the oils are really good for that Denethor since, and I know I've done it in some of the tutorial videos. But the oils are good for that because since there's no water in it, especially with flocking foliage, you're not going to, well, basically wilt all your flocking foliage. You don't want that to happen. Because you're not using any water, so you don't run the risk again of kind of wilting your foliage that way. And again, I wish I had our Hobbit Holes with all of the flocking foliage on it, because boy, there was really some elaborate stuff we did there. But I think you can see it too here, even on the Galadriel one. Right, so we've got the leaves in there. We've probably got 6 or 7 different types of ground cover on there, even here. See that little area instead of just all rock and everything? We've got some of that, some different flux and foliage down here. We also have the 3D printed bit. Then we've got some of the static grass. So we've that combination platter of 3D printed bits and the flock and foliage. We did that here too. Again, you can see some of the tiny little leaves there, the 3D printed stuff, some of our flock and foliage. Yeah, that was just something I found out by accident because I've painted it with the acrylics before, but what can happen is that it literally your foliage just kind of wilts a little bit because it gets wet. And that's not going to happen with the oil paint since there's no water. Which is hilarious because that's why I kind of these days like painting watercolors with oils better. Yes, I actually prefer painting watercolors with oils because I can have all the advantage of watercolors pretty much with none of the disadvantages. Hashtag no watermarks. Yeah, Denethor, there's a lot of neat ones out there. Now, those tiny leaves, I think that's from Nach. Yeah, that's where the tiny leaves are from. WWS also has that, and of course, Woodland Scenics too. And geez, even now, just on Amazon, there's some pretty nifty stuff that you can get just on Amazon. It's kind of no-name brands. But it's where, oh, and of course, Geek Gaming Scenics. That's right, Geek Gaming Scenics is another one. Obviously, Green Stuff World has a bunch too. They also have their tall foliage, and we've certainly painted that as well. Now you can see here's another case of, again, look at all the different colors, textures. You even have some leaf scatter in there. I thought so, Denethor. Yeah, I was thinking, like, geez, that has to be something you can get. So you can see now our shrooms are getting some spots on there. We also put some orangey stuff there. We just had to wait because remember we did some glazy things on here. If we tried to just get these spots on here while all the glazy stuff was still wet, that wasn't gonna work so well. So all of a sudden now our shrooms here, a little bit more action going on with them. There's even a little hint of green on some of the shrooms. Now we'll do some of the darker spots. We'll take our brown ochre, the orange. Let's see what this will do for that. There's too much thinner on that brush. Gonna get rid of some of that. Now we've got ourselves some darker spots here. Yeah, this was something that I knew I was going to do a while back, but we had to be patient. We cannot be hasty little hobbits, ironically. Don't be hasty little hobbits. Now we'll mix me a little bit of the violet with some of our red, and now we can go really dark here on some of the reds on his pants. Blending brush. Yeah, that's where you're one of the places where the oils provide you that speed, because all I do is just stick that brush on there, get that paint on there, grab another brush, and then push that around. And all of a sudden now we're starting to restore some of our deeper reds here in the shadows. And it's not really a crimson red, it's kind of almost a duller type of a red there. Now again, the red will tend to be kind of on the shinier side, so you have to kind of give that a chance to dry. Then you can hit it with the Army Painter Anti-Shine. Sometimes as it dries it loses that, especially if you got other colors mixed in with it. But I do think as we have hit the 5-hour mark with the stream here, and it's 4:30 in the mornings, and we got to do printing stuff. Prints are not going to get themselves, those build plates aren't going to make themselves. I think we are going to be heading on along because, well, we're going to be streaming again here on Saturday, of course. Yes, indeed. And most likely working on some more Tricksy Hobbits or Hobbit Holes. One or the other, I think. Which means we also want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. We appreciate that. And of course, we want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs, follows and cheers, plus the raids. So thanks again. Oh, and have a good one there, Arid. And Arid's going to be streaming, well, on Saturday as well. Let's see, that's going to be 7 p.m. Pacific time. So also be sure to give Arid a Canwife a follow, as Arid is painting those dice towers. And good luck getting those all finished there, Arid. Appreciate you being here. And thanks again, Armored Wolf, for doing all those moderations. Now, I think we have one person here that is actually painting miniatures. So we'll head over that way. So thanks again, everybody. I'm going to get that raid count underway because that takes a little bit to get going. We shall review here. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4 hobbits, including Mayor Shenanigans there in just 5 hours. So thanks again, everybody. And we'll see you later today. See you later, Denethor.